All right, everybody, we have got an ambulance on site, so last chance practice, new arrivals on the line, course orientation with course marshal Kevin. Moto number 1, Novice, runabout 1100 limited, gear up, boats in the water. We're going to start this thing quick, whether you're with us or not. Moto number 1, get geared up and ready to roll. Moto number 2, get your boats down to the water. Get your fuel in the boats. Get your gear on. Junior X2s should be getting your boats down to the water. Novice runabout 1100 limited should be getting your boats in the water. A last chance practice on the line. All right, just a reminder, we are on FM 89.1 FM. If you need to listen in your camper or at your rig, FM 89.1. Our lunch plans today are to take a lunch break at 12:45. 12:45 is our planned lunch break, regardless of where we are in the moto lineup. 12:45 lunch break. Novice, runabout 1100 limited. Let's get those boats in the water. Moto number 1, boats in the water, right to staging. I'm thinking this is the calmest waves we're going to see all day long. The wind is supposed to keep on blowing. We got some heavy gusts coming in a little later. We're going to have some rough waters out here. You can see the X2 out in the back section getting some air. Moto number 1, we need you in staging. Moto number 1, we need you in staging. Novice, runabout 1100 limited. Moto number 2, Junior X2, we need you guys getting ready to go as well. We're going to run through these things and get you guys as many laps as we possibly can and get wrapped up for awards and close out the season. All right, race number 1, we need you on the line for staging. Wilcox, we need you on the line for staging. Now this is the Sylvan Beach weather conditions we're used to. These waves are going to keep building all day long. This shallow lake with the wind blowing right at our faces makes this one of the waviest, unpredictable locations we can find. So this novice runabout 1100 limited class, this is the last race day of your season. Cove Batzold in the lead for the series with 616 points. Terry Burke in second place with 537 points. Our own announcer David Anderson in third place with 412 points. Followed by Tanner Batzold with 399 points. There's 13 points between Tanner and David Anderson. I need 2 holders for Terry Burke. She's coming down to the line. I need 2 holders to help out our resident live stream expert. Ryan Sheedy, you got a hold? You got a boat? All right. We need 2 holders for Terry Burke. Jack Cutts has got Terry Burke. I need 1 more holder for Terry Burke. You're good. All right, we got Van Wee. Van Wee and Jack Cutts are holding the second place points holder, Terry Burke. Cove Batzold's running away with this season. But one mechanical could change everything with double points all weekend long. 13 points between David and Tanner. Make sure you're telling your friends and family we are live on Facebook and YouTube. Please share it. Post it to your stories. Text everybody you know. Race number 1, novice runabout 1100 limited is on the line. Race number 2, junior X2 should be geared up and ready to roll. No particular order. Novice runabout 1100 limited, the 46 boat of Josh LeClaire out of Newington, Connecticut. Sponsored by Showtime Freestyle, Blue Can Racing, the Clark Group, and Abstract Tool. Your series points leader, the number 69 out of Walcott, New York, Cove Batzold. Sponsored by Patty Fire and Safety, Diamond Collision, Unk Boy. The number 82, John Bick out of Clay, New York, sponsored by Ozonia Raceworks and Jet Trim. The number 85 on the new Ryan DePasquale boat, Joe DeMario, sponsored by DeMario's Eatery, DeMario's Plowing, Dean Teams Racing, FX Caprera Power Sports, Champion Power Sports. The 106 boat out of Manahawkin, New Jersey, Lucas Keene. The number 210 in a tight battle with David Anderson, Tanner Batzel out of Walcott, New York. Sponsored by B2 Racing, Uncle Whiskers, Mo Money Mom, and OnlyFans. I haven't seen that OnlyFans, but that one sounds like an interesting one. You guys may want to subscribe and help donate to Tanner's racing cause. The number 211 out of Manahawkin, New Jersey, Justin Keene. The number 427 out of Ellington, Connecticut, Brody 7. Sponsored by Commander Industries, Duncan Racing, Flagco, No Limits Metalworks, Earthlight Technologies, Wetworks, Barber Utilities, Champion Power Sports, Sevens Lawn Service, PM Milowski Trucking, Cassie's Cafe. The number 826, Terry Burke out of Hilton, New York. And the number C10, David Anderson. 10 entries in this class. Staging the line. Pull them back, boys. Pull them back, boys. 2 minutes. Pull them back. Pull them back. Pull them back. Behind the line, Keens. Keens on the end. Behind the line. We are going no movement on the line, racers. No movement on the line. All right, let's try this one again. No movement on the line, boys and girls. Back them up, boys. Back them up. 2 minutes. 2 minute hold on the end. Let's go, boys. Lower those throttles. Your holders can't hold you. You need to put less into that right hand. All right, let's try this one again. No movement on, boys. Good clean start. Terry Burke rockets out of the inside. Justin Keene skying it on the outside. This is the Sylvan Beach racing we like. Big waves, big wind. It's going to keep building all day long. Junior X2s should be getting ready to go to the line. Junior X2s. Joey, can you get the Joker checklist for Brian Sebin if we don't have Baker here? Oh, Taylor has it. Are you good doing it? That way you can. You're just too good at. All right, Cole, 69 with the hole shot. Series points leader in first. Second place in series points in second. Terry Burke, followed by Lucas Keene, Justin Keene, Josh LeClaire, David Anderson, and Tanner Batzel find themselves on the track again. Only 13 points between these two boys. Brody 7 with a good start, followed by John Bick and DeMario. DeMario's in the back of the pack. Let's see what they can do out front. This is how they've been racing all season long. Terry and Cove back and forth. Couple boat issues for Terry last round. Did not help her cause. She could make it happen, but it's going to have to be a catastrophic failure for Cove to drop as many points as Terry needs to pick up. Look at the waves building on the backside. You can see clear air underneath those boats. They're hopping right out of the water, coming straight at us. Terry Burke going to do everything she can to keep Cove in line. Cove getting close to that buoy out there. Make sure you're giving these buoys plenty of room out here in the waves. It is hard to time the waves properly. If these waves pick up too much, we may be pulling the chicane out of the front straight. If we learned anything from last year, when the waves started breaking right here on the shore, trying to turn into the waves on that straightaway is not easy to do. Every class is a joker class here too, so these novice runabout 1100 limiteds have to hit the joker. Cove pulling out a healthy lead, trying to wrap up this championship. Terry Burke. Every class. Josh LeClaire moves his way up into third place. Brody and John Bick going at it in the back of the pack. DeMario doing everything he can. DeMario almost comes off the boat. Comes on the wrong side of the yellow. That's the hardest part about this track. He's trying to turn back into those waves. These racers need to slow down quite a bit to make that left-hand turn going into the breakers. This is what we expect from Sylvan Beach every single year we come here, is big waves. DeMario makes his way around Bick in the back of the pack. Josh Leclerc hunting down Terry Burke in the back straight. '69, Cove Batzel holding it down. See if he thinks he's got enough room to take that Joker lane on this lap. He may be holding out. He's going for the Joker. Confidence. I like the confidence out of Cove Batzel. You can see it in his riding. He's moving up to ProAm next season for sure. Plenty of room for Cove. Pulling out the Joker on the second lap. 1 minute, 47 seconds left. These are going to be some slow laps. Leclerc makes the move on the inside option around Terry Burke for P2. Terry Burke moves into third. Leclerc moves into second. Sounded like 8-5. Joe DeMario did hit the makeup for his yellow buoy that he missed on the front straight. We got a good battle right here. Tanner Batzel picking up the pace. Cow. Tanner Batzel clipping the top of the buoy. I've never seen a rider hit the top of the buoy only. Justin Keene losing some ground on brother Lucas Keene. Brody Seven having a great ride out here. David Anderson knows he needs to catch back up to Tanner Batzel, but Tanner Batzel's got a quarter of a track on David already. Oh no, I just saw Tanner Batzel come off the boat, it looked like, out in the back section. Tanner Batzel is off his boat, he's trying to remount it. Announcer's curse, should have talked about him. David Anderson needs to get Tanner Batzel in both of these motos. He needs to be on top of him at the end of this race weekend, or he's not going to be able to pull out third in the series. He looks like he's having trouble getting that boat going. David Anderson getting close to the now remounted Tanner Batzel. Thrashed in the waves out here. Leclerc trying everything he can to catch up with Cove. He's reeling him in with 1 lap to go. Did Anderson make the pass? No, Tanner Batzel got back up just in time for David not to make the pass. Anything in these waves out here. Cove holding off. He's pulled out enough of a lead on Josh. He's just got to get this thing over to the finish line. Out in the back section with the orange and green jacket is your leader. Second place is the green boat in the back section. We got a yellow flag. Looks like John Bick out in the back section with the course marshal. Terry Burke, P3. Lucas Keene, P4. Justin Keene, P5. Brody 7 and P6, followed by Tanner Batzel. That's P6 for Brody 7. David Anderson, P8. P9, it looks like DeMario. Checkered flag is coming out. That's checkered flag for Kobe, baby. He's still going. He's just doing. The racers need to look up at the tower. You guys are done racing. You can take a break if you'd like. Yeah, we're going to tire Cove out for his ProAm moto now. What's one more lap? He's young enough. All right, Junior X2 on the line. Junior X2 is on the line. Oh no, Leclerc's coming in on the hook. I didn't even see that in the back section. Leclerc coming in on the hook. Not a good finish for Leclerc. Race number 3, ProAm Sports Spec. We need you gearing up and getting ready to go. Oh, he did get second. Oh, his boat broke on his victory lap? Oh, all right. So, yeah, Leclerc did end up P2 then. Good ride for these boys and girls. P3 for Terry Burke. All right, race number 2, Junior X2. We've got Warren Burke, Colton Carnigan, Mac Myers, Seb Wilcox, Van Wee Jr. Another one with a great start. These kids love jumping those X2s in the waves. Got some airtime. Oh no, Seb's got some issues. Uh-oh, we got a little water splashing around in that thing. Oh boy, here we go. Seb's having problems on the watermelon boat. That's not going to be good because those boys are so close in points for the season right now. That is devastating for the points if he can't get that boat going again. They're separated by 11 points in the season. 11 points between Sebastian and Warren. That is bad news for the points battle for Seb Wilcox. I did see the owner of that boat, that happens to be Warren Burke's dad. I saw him undoing the drain plug in the back of that rental boat on Sebastian Wilcox's. If he can get that thing going, there's only a few guys in this class, and He can at least make up some points on him for the second moto. He's going to need to get that thing fired back up, though. We've got race leader Van Wee Jr. on the number 7 boat. Crash loves the waves. This is the first time we've seen him whole shot an X2 race. I think all season long. Course Marshal Kevin's doing everything he can, trying to help Seb out, but I'm going to guess that boat's dead. Now Warren Burke's going to chase down his buddy, Van Wee Jr. This would not be the first time X2 has gone to the bottom of Lake Oneida. 3:15, Mac Meyer in third place in the rough stuff. Followed by Colton Carnigan, part of the Carnigan crew out here, all the way from Canada. Junior skying it out in that back section. This lake is notorious that if we see 3-footers on the front side, they're going to be 6-footers out in the back section. This is a long, shallow lake, and the waves just build and build. And then it gets shallow up here towards the front side. And that's where we see the whitecap breakers. We're not seeing too many whitecaps yet. We've seen this entire lake be filled with whitecaps. Poor Sebastian coming in on the hook with a broken ski. They're going to try and get that thing refired and at least get some points going. We got another X2 on the shore somewhere. Fire another one in there. Just do a quick motor swap. Go grab the other X2 that's on the shore, Seb. Kelly, Pete has another X2 on the shore. There's another X2 over there. We'll allow a boat change. Race director's call. Boat change allowed. Let's go, boys. We want these boys battling all the way to the end. We don't want a mechanical to affect them. These junior boys are the future of our sport. We want them battling every season. Van Wee Jr. extending his lead. You can see the smile on his face from here. All he's got to do is keep that boat running and keep upright. 2 minutes, 23 seconds, halfway through. This is also a Joker buoy class. I have yet to see them take the Joker, but I was not paying attention to everything. ProAm Sports Spec. Let's get those boats in the water. There is 2 minutes left on the clock. That means I want to see that line being staged. Make sure you have holders. This is a wavy starting line. Make sure your throttle hand is in sync with your holders. There is no movement allowed on the line. We are not creeping the line with these waves. All right, Sebastian Wilcox remounting in somebody else's borrowed boat. At least he'll be able to get some points. He is 2 laps down at this point now, but he's out there collecting some points. We want to see these juniors battle this thing out all the way to the finish. Mac Myers still holding in 3rd place. Carnigan in 4th. These kids are having a blast out in these waves. Even last year when we had to cancel the race, we had 7, 8, 9-footers. And these junior X2s were the last class that we ran before the fire department shut us down. We were sinking X2s. We had X2s bouncing off the rocks. We had course marshal boats bouncing off of Sebastian's thick head. Lead change out in the back. What happened? Oh no, we got a boat issue, it looks like, for junior. Warren Burke taking over 1st place. I'm sure he yelled at him when he went by. Looks like his boat's going pretty good. He must have had a little issue. He probably saw Sebastian Wilcox get back on another loaner boat. Oh, I just saw Our leader, Warren Burke, taking the Joker. I bet Junior is going to try and get by him here when the merge. Yep, Junior is going to take the lead back. Warren Burke holding that thing wide open down the straightaway. He doesn't care about the repercussions for his actions. Lead change. Back to Van Wee Jr. But Van Wee Jr. does need to take the Joker. Terry Burke running back to her position after a great moto. This whole family's pulling double, triple duty. For the love of the sport. All of us are here because we love this silly sport. The wind is now picked up enough where Shelly does not need to wave a flag. She can just hold that flag at full mast. We got a white flag out. Racers, make sure you're looking up at the tower early on that front straightaway so you can see the flag. You don't need to do any more laps than you're already doing out here in these waves. Sebastian Wilcox figuring out how this second loaner boat rides. Luckily, he can ride just about anything. Warren Burke still on the back of Van Wee Jr., skying it out in the back section. Last lap, we're going to need to see Van Wee Jr. take the Joker buoy on this lap. We got Sports Spec lining up. Let's get holders down the line. ProAm Sports Spec down the line. Oh, we got Van Wee Jr. swimming from second place. He's still got 2 laps up on Seb Wilcox, so he can't get that position back. So if he gets that boat over the finish line, he'll end up in second place still. Whoa, look at the airtime out of young Mac Meyer. Let's see what we got going on out in the back section. It looks like Van Wee Jr. is back up and running. He's used to getting remounted in the heavy waves. Not an easy ski to remount in these waves out there either. Race number 4 should be getting ready to go. ProAm Runabout Rec Lights, ProAm Runabout 1100 Limited. You guys should be gearing up. Checkered flag, Warren Burke. Another victory lap? What's going on here, boys? Are we not looking at the tower anymore? Checkered flag. Carnegie. That's going to work out in his favor. He's going to come back in. Let's see. That would probably put him in 4th place now. Racers, make sure you're looking up at the tower. Van Wee knows what's up. He saw the tower. He's got his head on a swivel out there. I know it's difficult coming down this front straightaway, but you need to make sure you look at the tower. All right, ProAm Sports Spec just went off the line. I was busy with some scoring things. Let's see what we got out here. Looks like Mazonsky on the inside, Hahn on the outside, followed by Keen. We do have on the track Caleb Plitzka, Evan Polera, Lucas Keen, John Mazonsky, Brent Hahn, and Brad Nickerson. Mazonsky with the holy. The number 125 comes around. The 172 in second. Keen in third. Kayla 4. Nickerson on the backup boat in 5. Polera in 6th. Nickerson going inside Kayla. Closes the door on Kayla, but Kayla's going to fight back for sure. See if Kayla can duck underneath him and get the drive out of this corner. She does not. That HX takes the deep waves better. Dickerson trying to make his way up to the back of the Keen boat on his backup that's nowhere near as fast as his normal 812 boat. Polera making his way around Kayla. The wheels are coming off for Kayla out here in the big waves. Polera skying that blaster out in the back section. This is also a Joker buoy class. Joker buoy is open now after they've made their way around the first lap. See if anyone's going to up. Brent Hahn on the 172 hitting the Joker buoy. Is he going to have enough to stay in front of Keen? I don't know about this one, but Hahn's coming in with a full head of steam. Nickerson hits the Joker. Keen and Hahn coming in side by side into the yellow. Hahn's got to check up. Good smart racing by the 172. Kayla Plitzka going to the Joker, getting it out of the way early. Race number 4. ProAm Runabout 1100 Limited. ProAm Runabout Wreck. Lights boats down to the line. That's going to be your hometown boy, Ryan Sheedy. And the opposite of the hometown boy, the Island boy. Oh, I don't think Island boy is racing today. He decided to sit this one out on the Spark, not break it before World Finals. So Sheedy's going to be out there by himself on the 4-stroke against all the 2-strokes. The 4-stroke could have the advantage in this chop. Mazonsky walking away with this one. I suspect we will see a Joker buoy on this lap out of leader. Keen's going to have to take the Joker buoy and hand that position back to Brent Hahn here. Mazonsky's taking the Joker, getting it out of the way. Now he's just got to survive the rest of the race. Nickerson climbing his way back up to the back of Hahn on the backup boat. Keen opted not to take the Joker. He's going to try and hang on to that fresh water as long as he can. As fresh as it can be. At least it's not wash water. Polera going to the Joker. That's everyone except for Keen hitting the Joker. All right, that means Keene hit the Joker. I just heard that one over the radio. So Keene gives the position back. Hahn and Nickerson are going at it. Two different boats. Both handle these waves completely differently. Hahn holding down the points lead in this class. But Nickerson doesn't care whatsoever about points leads. He's going to do everything he can to try and get around the 172 of Hahn. Mazanski with a healthy lead still. Mazanski working his way up into lap traffic around Kayla. Kayla's not doing a great job with that blaster in these waves. She's got something going on. Normally she's up further in this class. She's up there in the points. I believe she's in second in the points too. Timer is running out. That means this is a white flag lap for this Pro-Am Sport Spec class. Mazanski checks over his shoulder. He sees he's got a half a track on these guys. He's good to go. He's just going to have a good, clean last lap and take this thing home. Hahn on the outside option. Nickerson on the inside option. Doing everything he can to try and claw his way back up to the back of Hahn. Made up a little bit of ground on that lap. He's got one more chance. He's going to do the opposite of whatever Hahn does on that split next lap around. Going to do everything he can to latch onto the back of Hahn and catch a tow. We're going to see a nice finish between these first and second place racers. Keene just waiting for an accident from the two in front of him so he can capitalize on him. Out in that back section, taking that left-hander when you're coming face onto the waves and then having to turn left parallel with the waves, it's not an easy task. Nickerson making his way to the back of Hahn. We're going to see a photo finish. We even got lap traffic going to throw into the mix. Kayla's going to know what's going on. Nickerson putting in a charge. He's going to use the 7 boat as a pick. And he makes it happen. A sky in it, almost over Kayla's head. Hahn does not care. He's going to hold that thing on to the last second. We're going to see these boys take opposite splits here. And we're going to have a photo finish. Hahn to the outside, Nickerson to the inside. These boys are not going to lift. This is going to be a photo finish, I expect, as they get through these clean. We're going to see a rail-to-rail finish. Who's going to make it happen? Nickerson gets the drive on the inside. I think Nickerson's got a little bit of a leg up on him. This is going to be close, boys and girls. Nickerson's got a nose on Hahn. Nickerson makes it happen on the last lap, but he misses the buoy and he falls off. Hell, at least he does it in style. Brad, I give you a 9 out of 10 for the dismount. Talk about throwing it away at the end. All right, race number 4. I'm pulling triple duty over here, trying to do everything all at once. Race number 4, Ryan Sheedy's out there with Mike Vrabel, Dave Davidson, Rick May, and Todd Sarzinski. Looks to me like Rick May out with a hole shot, followed by Cove. Rick on the inside. Todd on the outside, skying that thing, followed by Sheedy. Who's going to get the hole shot? Rick May on the Hague boat or Todd on the Todd boat? This looks like Todd may just have a leg up on him. I think Todd's going to have the hole shot. This may get a little spicy. No, Rick May with the hole shot. Oh, Todd with his hand up. No. These boys are in a tight battle. Oh, Todd's pulling in. So that's May, Cove, Davidson, Sheedy, Vrabel. Todd's boat sounds like garbage. He broke something coming down that front straight. Sounds like his exhaust might have came off or something. This is a long motor for these boys, 10 minutes plus a lap. I haven't seen the lap times yet, but in these waves, they're going to be getting close to 2 minutes. Big part about this racing is trying to keep these decade-old junk boats from the 90s working in these waves. That Hague boat's working pretty good for Rick May out front, but Cove's looking to prove a point that he's ready to move up to Pro-Am. Staying in front of these boys, hanging it out in the back section in the big waves. Ryan Sheedy doing a great job sticking with these guys. Sheedy only does this race each season. He doesn't hit any other races. Doesn't practice. Doesn't exercise. Doesn't care. He's ready to race. He's just here for a good time. Cove taking the inside option. Let's see if he's going to try and make it work on Rick May. It's not going to happen this lap. But neither of these boys are going to give up, that's for sure. Dave Davidson hanging out in third. Salty old racer. He knows to hang out there long enough to tire these boys out. See who's going to take the Joker buoy. Hague boat just punted that red buoy over on the far right. Hopefully it did not break off. Looks like it's staying in position. Course Marshal Randy knows enough to go check on it. He saw that thing get punted at full speed. Racers, try and make sure you give a little bit of extra room. These waves are hard to predict here at Lake Oneida. Race number 5, I need Super Chickens. Ready to go. Super Chickens, you should be getting close to staging. When 2 minutes are on that board, you should be staged up. Cove skying that thing out. The photos and videos from these races at Sylvan Beach are always epic. A lot of airtime caught. Rick May is going to take the outside option. Try and find somewhat smoother water. A rare move from Cove. He's following Rick May. That must mean that the inside's got some breakers in there that are getting a little bit more aggressive than the outside. Or Cove's opting to take the Joker. Cove is opting to take the Joker. Smart move by Cove. Get out from behind Rick. Now he's just going to have to charge as hard as he can. We're going to see him merge in with Sheedy. .140 lap time these guys are turning out here on these boats. These are the fastest little runabouts you're going to find, and they're turning 1 minute 40-second lap times. At this point, we're going to see Rick May take that Joker buoy very last lap. He's going to try and stretch this thing out. Dave Davidson has not taken the Joker buoy yet. We'll see how this Joker buoy strategy works out. This could pay off in Cove's favor. We'll have to keep an eye on this for the last lap. I expect to see Rick May take it on the last lap, and I expect Dave Davidson to take it on the last lap at this point. I don't believe Dave is going to hand over that position to Cove by taking the Joker. He's going to wait it out. Dave's going to probably take the inside option here. Ricky takes the outside option. Cove chooses the outside option. Dave's going to charge as hard as he can in this inside option and see if he can't make some moves on the 221 Hague boat. Oh, wow. Ricky May is taking the Joker. Oh, boy. Rick May chooses to take the Joker. That's going to put him in behind Cove Batzel. That means that Dave Davidson has to stretch this thing out as hard as he possibly can because he still needs to take the Joker. And he does not have enough room by any means behind Cove. So Cove could walk away with the win in this moto. I think Sheedy must have taken the Joker because Vrabel got around him. It's not easy to pass that 4-stroke on these 2-strokes in the waves. So I'm going to assume that Sheedy did take the Joker. He's got the drone flying over his head. Oh, Davidson almost comes off the boat in the back section. He's going to feel that in the morning. Just saw the boat go sideways and him almost come off of it. All it takes is one bad bounce on these waves to ruin your race. Davidson charging as hard as he can, but he's going to have to take that Joker eventually, and Cove knows it. 3 minutes left on the board. Cove's just going to stay latched onto Dave as much as he can and ride this thing out to the finish, and he's going to get his first win in ProAm Runabout 1100 Limited. Dave's going to hold on to the last lap for sure at this point. Take the Joker on the last lap and hope Cove slows down or misses a buoy. We did see that there can be crazy things that happen even on the last buoy. We've got super chickens out in the water getting warmed up. This is the least ideal conditions for those horribly handling old super chickens. They are called the backbreakers for a reason. You're just absorbing every bit of the bump with your spine. Boys are skying it out back. Those waves last year were 7, 8, 9 footers out in that back section. That far right-hand side of the course had the biggest waves that we'd ever seen on a race course last year. Cove is making up ground on Davidson. He knows enough that he should not be pushing as hard as he is right now and try and preserve that boat, but he is young and rowdy, so he likes to get up there. We have plenty of footage of your crash, Mr. Brad. I'm pretty sure Joe got your crash. Joe, were you filming when Brad crashed right here? Yeah. It was good. Everybody saw it. I lost the contact and everything. Looked like you were going to lose your shoes, your socks. All right, 50 seconds left on the clock. They're going to be getting a white flag next lap around. These two are stretching out a huge lead over third place. Rick may just be preserving that boat. He knows he doesn't need to charge. Third's a third. Doesn't matter how close he is to these boys. Third still pays the same as third. Although Rick May is on a rental boat, so he doesn't have to preserve anything. Wayne can fix it later on. Cove is still charging on the back of Davidson this whole moto. Not letting the old man breathe one bit out there. Davidson was still reeling this morning from his race yesterday against the 9-year-old Cash McClure. He filed a formal protest for elder abuse, getting beat by a 9-year-old. Luckily, that 9-year-old's one of the best in the country. Cove opting for the inside option. Davidson knows he's going for the joker on this lap. Getting it out of the way. That's going to put the 69 in P1 in Pro-Am Runabout 1100 Limited for the first time. And I don't think it's going to be the last time we see him out front of this Pro-Am class. He's moving up to the next level of racing. He was novice for the last few years, and now he's Pro-Am. Trying it out, and I think he's proven that he's well worth being up with the Pro-Am boys. White flag is out. Everyone has hit the joker. Davidson's going to need a miracle. All right, that's P1. Cole Batzel, first win in Pro-Am Runabout 1100 Limited. P2, Dave Davidson. P3, Ricky May. This is going to shake up the season points. Season points have been between Davidson, May, and Todd, but Todd broke. May's doing a victory lap. Marshall's going to have to go red flag him, get him off the course. Randy's going to head out and get him. All right, Super Chicken is on the water. Race number 5. Race number 6 should be getting ready for staging. Let's see what we got for these Super Chickens. This is brutal conditions for these backbreakers. Looks like we've got Susan on the outside option. Almost comes off the boat and flips it over. Hay on the inside option. We have a slow speed drag race, beak to tail. Aaron Hay with the hole shot over Susan Zipkin. These boats are notorious for snapping the noses off. Most of these have already been reinforced or broken before. Hay spins out. Wait a minute, did Susan just go on the left-hand side of that red buoy? I think I caught Susan missing the left-hand buoy. She's going to push Hay out of the way, though. Oh, we lost our hot slag buoy cover out there. Someone must have poked that one. Someone want to run down and grab that hot slag? Wilcox, can you go meet Randy and grab that? This wind's supposed to keep picking up until about 2 o'clock, and then it's going to die down a little bit. So we're going to be racing these waves all day. You better get used to it. Get stretched out. Race number 6 should be getting ready to go to the line. ProAm Sport GP, ProAm Runabout 1100 Open.
All right, here we go. Back on the mic. Actually, gotten back to it here. Race number 5, Super Chicken out there. They're going to need a, after this moto, they're going to need a, oh, someone went off the boat. That Hager? You don't see that too often, but Hager back on the boat. Hitting these motos, they're going to need a, what do they call them things, an inversion table or whatever. They hang upside down from your ankles. You decompress your spine. It's brutal out on the back corner, about 6-foot waves out there, but Aaron Hay getting it done. Well, how much? Race number 6, ProAm Sport GP and ProAm Runabout 1100 Open. You're up on deck. Please make your way to the starting line. Race number 6 with your holders in tow. We're moving these motos along. All right, Sue Zipkin coming around to the right-hand side of the course. Hager up out in front of her. I think that is Tully Zipkin in front of Sue, I believe. I'm looking for... Oh, Aaron Hay still in the lead. Out on that back right corner, which is pretty treacherous. Really tight frequency on these waves, and it's real hard to navigate over top of them. Obviously, Oneida Lake's not very friendly when it comes to the chop. Yeah, we definitely have a bunch of points battles going on here. Weather like this makes a big equalizer. You can hit the ejecto button pretty quick coming into a corner, or just a rogue wave catches you off guard and you're going swimming. Once again, I know everybody's hitting the Joker buoy in every class. I don't know. I haven't really paid a lot of attention if these racers have been hitting them or not, but all right, let's go. Need open 1100 to the line. ProAm Sport GP to the line. Race number 6. We can't hold off anymore. We got to keep things moving. The weather is not going to get any better. I don't believe wind is a-coming, even more than it is right now. Aaron Hay with the checkered flag, I believe followed by Hager, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, if your family is not here or you want to have them check it out, please, we are live streaming this race, or I should say the entire afternoon and morning here. Go on to East Coast Watercross in the upper right-hand corner of the SBT, up near the SBT icon. You can check us out real time or on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe. You know the deal. We are continuing to grow the family, and we're hitting the big time now. We got great videographers, and we got some great content to check out. So, once again, we appreciate all of our sponsors, SBT especially, for all the help in this series. If you check out the course, you see these big, huge buoys with SBT. That stands for Small or Short Block Technologies, and they are a provider of jet ski parts, new models and old models back 35 years ago. They're going back into the mid-'80s. So if you have something you want to put together just to go take out on the lake and have some fun recreational riding, they've got it all. They've got complete motors, big warranties, and they've been around a long time. We appreciate their support. Once again, some of our sponsors, such as Hammerhead Tactical. We've got a Hammerhead Tactical buoy out there. That's the red triangle, which is basically your inside-outside option to the left-hand side of the course buoy. We got a JetX Joker buoy all the way to the left-hand side of the course, I think. Yep, it's all the way down there. That's a JetX .ca. They're down at P1 right now in Florida, racing P1. We, once again, Hamburg floor covering, 139 Designs, Cardone Race Corner, Hot Slag, Pro Rider Magazine, Factory Fade does all of our shirts and everything like that. Here we go, race number 6. We got the 106 of Evan Blair out of Manalapan, New Jersey. The 96 Wayne Orton out of Schenectady, New York. He's sponsored by Wetworks, PWC Racing, and the 172 Brett Hahn. He's out of Broadview Heights, Ohio. Sponsored by John Frederick. Stephanie Sinclair, Moose Dog, family and friends. That was Sport GP Pro-Am, about 1109. Corey Dixon. I'm not sure he's out there or not, but he's out of Westport, Mass. Sponsored by Hooters, C&D Transport, Extra Tough Footwear, East Coast Flight Craft, and Dad's Credit Card. The number 11, Scott Broey. He's out of Fort Howard, Maryland. Sponsored by Team Deans USA. The 211, Justin Keene of Manahawkin, New Jersey. And 246, Troy Morgan out of Leesburg, Virginia. Sponsored by Jetworks. There is the 211 of Justin Keene. That is a Pro-Am Runabout open boat. Once again, Brett Hahn going around Dixon, the 106 of Evan Polera, and in behind him, Wayne Orton. Race number 7. ProAm X2 Open. Let's line them up. Get your holders up to the line. We're moving these motos along. Let's get her done. Race number 7, X2 Open. Right where those racers are all bunched up in the corner, that is wicked out there. Coming off that right there where those two last racers are making that left, it's getting real gnarly. Here we go, right there. Corey Dixon in that Turbo Spark in behind one of the Keene boys, and you can see getting some pretty good air out there. Keene in at number 211. That's Justin Keene out of Manahawkin, New Jersey, doing a great job holding off the pack. I think that was was dealing with some issues with that boat. It seemed like they got things ironed out with it. Brett Hahn coming down through the front straight. I think Keene hitting that joker. I think he must have went down and hit the joker. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Big air right there. It doesn't look like he's getting much air, but it's a lot of air. Brett Hahn leaning back, standing up on that blaster, taking up that, try to absorb some of that shock. Wayne Orton coming down through that front straight. He may have had too many tacos last night. I don't know, but he's holding on and getting it done on that number 96. Race number 7, Pro-Am X2 Open. I don't see anybody out there. Come on, let's get these boats up to the starting line with your holders. We're moving these motos right along. Wicked said, hey, no bueno. Come on, you don't get up on the line. We got to start these motos. We're going to go without you. Not too bad. Corey Morgan coming down that front straight from Leesburg, Virginia. Once again, him and I had a brief discussion. When I came in, I was moto number 1. It's a little brutal. All right. Race number 7 is making their way to the line. That is ProAm X2 Open. Once again, these skis here from the late 80s, early 90s. I bought one brand new off the showroom floor right after high school, and I think I blew it up in 3 weeks. I don't know. It was a fun ski. Basically, it was Kawasaki's first attempt at making a 2-seater, believe it or not. And I see some YouTube videos that they have 2 people riding on them, but they were definitely not very well balanced for 2 riders at all. But these racers, unbelievable. I don't really know how they ride them because they're kind of like a stand-up without a handle pole, and I think they take a lot of body language to be able to ride them, especially in this type of weather. Wayne Orton coming down through the front straight. Wicked with the white flag out. All right, race number 7. It looks like they're making their way to the line finally here so we can get these racers underway. And want to announce the racers and sponsors here in no particular order. Keene coming down through that front straight up on, I think that was that Orton, I think. Keene having a good run. Hahn in behind him. Once again, 2 different classes, but we have a mixed class out there. In no particular order, this is race number 7, ProAm X2 Open. The 997 and no other than Andrew Freeman out of Painted Post, New York. He's sponsored by Powered Concrete Walls, Corning Construction, and Wet Dream Team Racing. The 813 of Alex DeCat. He's out of Syracuse, New York, sponsored by Turner Welding and Fabrication. The 107 of Jason DeCat out of Baldwinsville, New York. The 97 of Mark Carnigan. He's out of Blackstock, Ontario, sponsored by IPD Graphics. Poor and Need Money, the 51 of John Mozanski out of West Hartford, Connecticut, sponsored by Showtime Freestyle, Jet Trim, Blue Can Racing, and Christine's Credit Card. The 35, Michael Bean out of North Grovenersdale, Connecticut. I tried to do the best I could on that one. The 17 of Dayton Cardigan out of Seagrave, Ontario. The 11 of Chris Van Wees Sr. out of Baldwinsville, New York. He's sponsored by Radu, Moto Option, Moto Pro, Motopro Graphics, Pro Rider, Watercraft Magazine, Jetson, Go Trim, ODI, Moto Church, Adrenaline Junkies, and Action Sports. Once again, Dixon going down, coming through that checkered flag, somewhere in the mix. Keene on the 106, followed by his brother. My God, big error there. He felt that all the way to the top of the spine. The number 7, Akela Pliska. She's out of West Henrietta, New York, sponsored by Watcon, Moto Option, and Pro Watercraft. The number 3 of Carl Hosch. Brett Hahn on the 172, coming down through that finish line with a great race. Carl Hosch out of Warminster, Pennsylvania. He's sponsored by Blue Nightmare, West Coast Gator Power Performance, and Black Sheep Racing, as well as Wave Crasher. Brett Hahn out there having a conversation with the course marshal, and a couple racers finishing up the final lap here. Once again, ProAm X2 Open. This is a very tight-knit group called the Deuce Crew. And a real tight group of X2 racers that they love racing these boats. Takes a lot of talent. You're not just going to jump on one of these and wait, especially conditions like this, and just go have a nice run around the race course. Very unforgiving ski. You're using a lot of leg power and a lot of body language to get through these waves. Once again, if you're a spectator or a fan or a part of the race family or a relative or just passing by, stop over to the East Coast Watercross merch trailer here. Go see Lucy and Cassie. Hook you up and get you some cool merchandise. We got all kinds of tour shirts, tank tops, T-shirts, long sleeve, hoodies, bracelets. You know, just something real simple, some water bottles, flags, whatever you need. We got also a lot of moto option gear as well. A lot of hats and tour shirts from every tour stop on our tour this year. It's been a long one, and we got a little winter series coming up out down in Florida. We're looking forward to getting down into some warm weather here in a couple months. I don't know when that's all going to happen, but I'm always in for getting out of some cold weather in New York and heading down to the Sunshine State. Course Marshal Randy, all right, we're getting race number 7 all ready to rock and roll. Race number 8 is right after here, Pro-Am Ski Stock and Pro-Am 4-Stroke Ski Light. So if that is your moto, make sure you're starting to get the feet wet and slide on into this warm water, because it's warmer than the air, I can tell you that much. It's not quite like a hot tub, but kind of feels it. It's pretty warm. I didn't want to take a water sample, and I haven't, so I don't really plan on it either, but all right, they're cleaning them out, lifting up the back end, blowing out that water box to get a good punch to the hole shot coming out of the gate here. If you're wondering what's going on, why they picked the back end up, that's only on 2 strokes. Kayla Plesk at number 7, coming out like a shot. Boy, she split that wave. Yeah, no problem. Let's let it rip. She's really got a nice nice line going out onto the inside option. She was on the pole, I believe. Making her way out to that yep, there she goes. She was kind of headed a little off, but it looks like she made it, I think, to that blue triangle, making her way around. I see that pink boat. She's coming down the back straight to the Hammerhead Tactical merge buoy and going to hit that inside option. This is X2 Open. I wish some of these clouds would part a little bit, give us a little more of this sunshine, get a little heat going, you know? A lot of heat out on the course, that's for sure. These racers are no stranger to some big surf. We had quite the race up to Plattsburgh City Beach, up in Plattsburgh, New York on Lake Champlain a month or so ago. That was rough. Make it look like it's calm out there today. Somebody went swimming. John Mazonsky on that 51. He held on. He's in the race, the points race here, the points hunt, I should say. Freeman coming down through. Hosh out in front of him. Hosh on his knees. Got a couple races trying to get around each other right up in the front line here. Got a race, good battle going. Got a racer down trying to get back up on that ski. All right. Come on. There she goes. Whoop, whoop. 97. That's Mark Carnigan out of Blackstock, Ontario. $35, Michael Bean coming down through. And the 917, or what is that? 97 of Mark Carnigan. He's coming down that front straight as well, making his way to the right-hand side of the course. All right, these racers making their way over to the left-hand side of the course. Coming down, they're going to be down the front straight here pretty quick, but navigating through some pretty heavy chop. And I've heard rumors that we're going to be hitting some 25-mile-an-hour winds, and if that does happen, it's going to get real interesting in a hurry. Fine, just keep the sun out, would you? Yellow flag out on the corner up near the one of the merge buoy is looks like a racer's in the water trying to get their way on their boat, and racers safely making their way around that racer. Once again, this is the final stop of the tour. John Mazonsky got a number 51, putting the hammer down and getting some good clean water. Navigating his way around this course. Number 17, that's Dave Carnigan, Seagrave, Ontario. Kayla Plesk on that number 7, still holding on. Doing a great job making her way through the moto. Andrew Freeman on a 997. And behind, real tough trying to get in between that swell and try to gain as much momentum as you can until the next wave comes. Tough. It's tough navigation here. Those boats are a lot narrower than they look. All right, race number 8. ProAm Ski Stock making their way up to the starting line. That's race number 8 up on the line. We got Gould. I see we got the 730 That would be Sharp. Gonna race that boat. Kelly Wilcox in the water. I don't think anyone's going to be wearing shorts today, but maybe. I don't know. There was racers out there yesterday racing in shorts. I could not believe it. Looking like that racer must have got back up on that ski. I don't know who that was. Way out on the back left corner. We got a caution out on the right-hand side of the course. I think somebody took a water sample somewhere, and I don't see any. Oh, yeah, there's someone in the water there. Once again, don't forget about this jet ski sitting up front on the boardwalk here. If you're coming down, that wet jet is it's our raffle ski, $50 a ticket, or two for or what is it? 3 for $100? I don't know. The sign's right on it. You can win that ski. As I think that was part of like the Adirondack Jet Ski Club or something like that. No, donated that. A piece of history right there. That's must be mid 90s. I'm thinking, looking like a 95 or something like that. Once again, Freeman on that orange 997 coming down through the front straight. Every moto they're hitting the Joker, so that really changes the dynamic of all these races, because a lot of times the Joker buoy's only in play for Pro-Am races only. Of course, this is a Pro-Am race, so but everybody's hitting it now. Davidson warming up that C21 SXR 1500 out on the right-hand side. Going to warm that up for the next moto here. And these racers all bunching together. Kayla Pleska coming in behind a couple of racers, just trying to safely navigate their way and hold on for dear life and make it through the moto. That's the that's the name of the game when the weather's like this. It's a rare occasion when Oneida Lake is nice and plays nice, unless it's real early in the morning. Or later in the evening it lays down, but yeah, this is pretty common weather for Oneida Lake. Shallow lake, and it turns up pretty quick. John going around a 97 of Carnegie. The 17 of Carnegie. It's Dave Carnegie in behind Mark Carnegie. Looking like the course marshal's got one on the hook, dragging them in. Someone broke down there, and so that's what happens if you're a spectator. If you're wondering what's going on, when we have a racer down and cannot get that, either they are hurt, which this racer is not. They put the hook on their. We all have loops that we're required to have per IGSBA safety regulations, and we hook them and drag them back in. So, and a lot of times the racer will just hold on to the back and go for a ride. Andrew Freeman coming down at 997. I'm not sure who's in the lead last lap. I kind of lost the direction of who's up front. John on a 51, still holding on to the lead, and I think points lead. We got somebody down on the course. Looks like they got back up, though. Yellow flag was out briefly. Kayla Pleska coming down on the number 7 net pink X2. Had a really good start. I don't know where she is in the mix, but she had a good start. I don't think she went down. We've got a rider down somewhere because I see a yellow flag. John with the win on that number 51 boat. That's John Mazanski. We have a rider down right at the start finish, trying to navigate their way to finish this race, and it looks like they did it. Once again, I think it was 2 years ago, maybe it was last year, and it was this weekend, or the last race of the season, and I want to say it was Van Wee Jr. got lost. Got off the ski right on the front wall here, and it got a little gnarly there real quick, and we got him safely to shore. Oh, that was Sebastian. Oh, I corrected. It was Sebastian Wilcox that went off the ski. It was an X2, but, they were bigger waves than this last year. I would say we had to call the race halfway through the motos, I think. They were crashing over the rocks, if you will. This tower was in the water and got knocked over. We lost a lot of our equipment, the electronics. I think the timing lights and all that went for a swim. So we've taken measures a little differently this year, and of course we want to keep Wicked safe up in the tower, so we brought it to the shore. Just as good. It works out really well. Andrew Freeman on the 997 with a checkered flag. I'm not sure where he is in the standings because it was a mix mash here, but race number 8 up on the line. ProAm Ski Stock, the 21C of Dave Davidson out of Burlington, Ontario. He's sponsored by JetX, dedicated plastic tanks, Steel Tech, BRP Museum. The 299 of John Gould, he's out of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. The 230 or the 730 of Dylan Sharp, he's out of Talon, Connecticut. The 912, Rick Shirker out of Oatsville, Pennsylvania. He's sponsored by Curran Brewing, Fast Power Sports, Riva, Fly, Jet Trim, and Jet Pilot. That is ProAm Ski Stock. ProAm 4-stroke light. Number 33, Cash McClure. He's out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee. He's sponsored by TC Freeride, McClure Racing, Chase Plumbing and Mechanical, 60 helmets, ODI, GoPro, Cardio Systems, Action Sports, and Canopies. Once again, Kayla Pliska on that number 7, making her way back and finishing out that moto. The 595 of Kelly Wilcox out of Franklin, New Hampshire, sponsored by Jet Pilot, No Limits Metalworks, Z-Force Racing, and Slain Danger Racing Fuels. And that is going to be our ProAm 4-stroke ski lights. Now, going to be real interesting. Once again, we've got these boats are 4-stroke. Most of them all 1500. There are a couple Yamahas out there that are the 1050s. I know that the 33 of Cash McClure should be a 1050 WX 4-stroke engine, and I think Kelly Wilcox's ski, I'm not sure which one he's got out there, but these are pretty big hulls, but keep in mind, it totally changes the dynamic of the racing when you have this kind of wave. When you have these kind of waves, it's Cowboy losing his hat again. I don't know if you caught it yesterday. Cowboy got some jet wash off a chick and blew his hat right off. I don't know if we have any video of that, but that was pretty unbelievable. It was unreal. There's 3 racers helping one racer out on a stand-up, and someone lifted up a chicken, and I mean just blew some massive jet wash off. All right, we're getting these next set of motos going. Race number 8. Race number 9, Junior Sport Spec. Here we go. Cut 'em loose. Trying to stay on it. Race number 9, you're up on deck. Let's get up to the line with your holders. We got to move these motos along. We got a whole day of racing. Once again, Shirker making his way to the left-hand side of that course on that 912 SXR 1500. We'll see how he navigates down through the front of this course, but that's a multi-world champion right there, so he is no stranger to this kind of territory and racing. He's going to be in that gray boat on the 912. He'll make his way here in a moment. Once again, Davidson in behind him on the 21C. Those are both SXR 1500 four-stroke stand-ups, big skis, and they're made for, they can handle the big water, but it takes a lot out of a racer. Gould on the 299. Coming down that front straight. The 33, Cash McClure on a different, he's on a 33 once again. That's a 1050, and he is in a different class. He's Pro-Am four-stroke. Ski light. Kelly Wilcox on the 595 on the WX 1050, I think. The 730, Dylan Sharp. Once again, Junior Sports Spec, you're up on deck in race number 9. And once again, this is getting to be a pretty competitive class. A lot of young racers in this class. Obviously, it's a junior class. Don't take that for granted. They know where the throttle and the bar ends. I'll tell you right now. There's a couple ladies out there, and the beers, they're all battling in the points. So, but these waves will definitely keep you in check. You stuff an HX into one of these waves, you're going to know it. Oh, they're out warming their boats up, getting the water out of the hulls and getting back online and start them up. Once again, we have these racers making their way on the left-hand side of the course. Shirker on that 912 doesn't even look like he's got chop in front of him. That hull is very, very forgiving, it looks like. Dave Davidson on a 21C, same thing, just laying it down. That hull really does a nice job handling these waves, but I know these racers are feeling it because it takes a lot of body language to keep them upright and run on those waves like that. Cash McClure coming down on number 33, making his way. Once again, you're wondering what that ski is. That's a newer, I think they came out with that in 20. The WX 1050 Superjet went to a four-stroke. 19 or 20, I can't remember now. I've got one. I got a 23. And they're just a four-stroke Superjet, really nimble, a little bit more, not as big of a haul as an SXR 1500 Kawasaki, but really fun ski to ride and a little bit more nimble of a ski if you want to go out on the lake and jump some waves and run some buoys and have some fun and carve through the water. Handling isn't quite there, but a lot of aftermarket stuff for the Superjets for the handling. We're at the halfway mark. Once again, the 730 of Sharp. He's coming down through that front straight. Shirker on the 912. Still holding the lead. Once again, these racers, all motos are hitting the Joker, so make sure these junior sports spec racers know Joker is in play. Joker is in play. Once again, going to announce these racers in no particular order. The number 20 of Jake Pierce, he's out of Poughkeepsie, New York. He's sponsored by Stone Pony, Nickerson Performance, HydroTurf, PWC Doctor, Undercover Auto Body. The 31 of Liam Beers out of Poughkeepsie, New York. He's sponsored by HydroTurf, Arctic Adventure, Nickerson Performance, PWC Doctor, Undercover Auto Body, Moto Option, and Moto Pro Graphics. The 97 of Scarlett Carnigan. She's out of Blackstock, Ontario. The 212 Ryder Downey out of Bristol, Pennsylvania, sponsored by Nickerson Performance, Cassidy Painting, L Racing, Loomis Fabrication, My Girls Racing, Miller Racing, F Racing, Watusi Competitive Crankshafts, Wetworks, Jet Trim, 10mm Photo, Jet Ski Obsessions, Jet Pilot, Scott McMaster's Fast Class by Adeo, and PWC Dr. Psycho. The 315 of Luke Meyer, he's out of Blackstock, Ontario. The 520 Avery Nickerson at Bristol, Pennsylvania, sponsored by Nickerson Performance, Cassidy Painting, Hill Racing, Loomis Fabrication, My Girls Racing, Miller Racing, F Racing, Watusi Competitive Crankshafts, Wetworks, Jet Trim, 10mm Photo, Jet Ski Obsessions, Jet Pilot, Scott McMaster's Fast Class by Adeo, PWC Doctor, and Psycho, and the 872 Callan Beers out of Poughkeepsie, New York. He's sponsored by Nickerson Performance, HydroTurf, PWC Doctor, Moto Pro Graphics. You hear a lot of Nickerson names in there. That's a pretty common name in the sports spec class. A lot of time and effort Brad Nickerson puts into his girls racing that class, of course, Avery and Ryder. They are definitely battling out in the points with Colin Mears, so you're going to keep an eye on that 212, the 520, the 872, I think are points leaders right now. I'm not sure exactly in what, where, who's first, who's second, who's third, but I know they're battling it. Once again, these racers going to the right-hand side of the course. Once again, these racers making their way into the left-hand side of the course on this SBT course setup. Check it out. Look at those buoys. Looking pretty trick. That white SBT finish line buoy right out in front of us. And we got the big yellow and red navigation buoys, all provided by SBT, and they're pretty cool. You don't want to hit one. Ask me how I know. But yeah, really good looking course. The staff at East Coast Watercross doing a great job setting up this course, and really equally timed inside-outside options. Dave Davidson, Rick Shirker up front, Dave Davidson in behind him. Not a whole lot of distance between, a half a dozen or 8 boat lengths. Dave holding his own and making his way with Shirker out in front. Cash McClure on the 33 coming down through Gould on the 299. Kelly Wilcox navigating his way on the 595, getting beat up. He's getting beat up. Is he going to have any energy to pack the bags today? He's got to pack the trailer. Oh my God, he's going to be a hurting one. Looked like the 31 of Liam Beers went out to warm up that orange blaster. Back in the line again, and they're going to get ready to cut these racers loose. Once again, these racers, I don't know, age-wise, I think they're 14 to 16, somewhere in there. Young racers, and they're no stranger to this chop, believe me. But one of these waves hit the wrong way can swallow you. They are not real forgiving, but the HX, which you see the yellow boats are all HXs. That one orange boat you'll see is a blaster made by Yamaha, of course. If you're wondering the difference between these boats, Shirker, the checkered flag, Dave Davidson, and behind him. Gonna round out our Pro-Am ski stock class and Pro-Am 4-stroke lights. They had Dave Davidson and Rick Shirker had a commensurate lead on anybody in behind. Of course, there's John Gould and Dylan Sharp were waiting on in that same class. But it's pretty rough, and I don't think the wind has, in any way, shape, or form, died down. No. It's definitely picked up a bit, I think. Cash McClure, and once again, he's racing in the Pro-Am 4-stroke ski light, finishing out that, taking the win on that WX 1050. Gonna be Kelly Wilcox making his way to the finish line here. I see the 730 of Dylan Sharp out on the back, straight navigating his way through these waves. It's brutal. Yeah. Kelly's feeling the rapture right now, and I know that Sean Dudek is laughing the whole way. Oh boy, he's really throwing some salt into the wound, if you will. Once again, Gould off his boat, trying to make his way, really taking a lot out of a racer. It's tough. Now he's got to get hooked up. He's going to grab the left hand, left to left, and get dragged over, maybe down to the board and then over to the ski, or just dragged over to the ski and safely back on that boat. See, Sean, there's a silver lining with not being able to be out there, especially on a day like today. Yeah. All right. Sharp finishing up the round and looking like Gould might have. I don't know if Gould got across the line first or not, but I don't know. I don't score it. I just announce it. And half the time I don't do that right either. We're just doing the best we can with what we got to work with, you know? Well, here we go. Race number 9. We're going to let these ladies and gentlemen this is race number 9. Once again, Ryder Downey on that 212. Avery Nickerson on the 520. 872, Colin Beers. Those are the 3 in the hunt. I'm pretty sure that's nice little class right here, junior sports spec. Let's see what this first wave brings. Make sure everybody can hold on and not go nice clean start. Colin Beers, it looks like on the outside option. I'm trying to see here. Ryder and Avery on the inside option coming down. Yeah, their knees are going to be bruised later on. That's for sure. These are tough waves. Making her way to that blue triangle on the inside option. The other racers on the outside option, they've got a set of blue buoys that you can't really see very well. They're wrapping around the outside, and then they're coming down. The outside racers on the outside option have an outside split coming down, and that red triangle is the Hammerhead tactical buoy. That is our merge or our decision buoy, which would decipher inside or outside option. But on the first moto, you got to stay in your lane, if you will. And here we go. It looks like Nickerson. No, I'm sorry. Is that Beers? I'm trying to see. It looks like Colin Beers on the 872, maybe. But he might have a drag race. I don't know. I can't quite see down that far. Colin Beers on the 872. No, I'm sorry. Who is that up front? That's Ryder Downey up front. Colin Beers in behind her. And Avery Nickerson on the 520. It's top three. Oh, you get it? We'll get it figured out. Yeah. .315. Luke Meyer coming down the front straight in behind these other racers as well. 31. That is Liam Beers on that blaster. Once again, race number 10, you're up on deck. Junior Ski, 10 to 12, and Pro-Am Ski Light, race number 10, you're up on deck. Please make your way to the starting line and get your boats ready with your holders in tow. Junior Ski, 10 to 12, and Pro-Am Ski Light, race number 10. Once again, this Joker buoy is in play, making sure all these racers, I know we've got somebody down there checking that out. This is the 97 of Carnegie making their way down the front straight with dealing with some rough water, and it's not getting any better. Mother Nature's not playing nice today. Looks like we got a racer, I should say, because we have a racer by the name of Ryder, so we can't really say Ryder, but we have a racer. Looks like the course marshal's helping them out, getting them on the boat. Looks like the 520 of Nickerson. I'm looking at her making her way to the left-hand side of the course here. Got Colin Beers out in front of her on the 872. Oh, yeah. We got full-blown surf going on now. Oh. All right. Avery making her way on a 520, holding it on. Some pretty good waves out there navigating through this course. Beers making his way. I don't know who's hit the Joker and who hasn't hit the Joker, but it's in play. Once again, these racers making their way, navigating down through the course. This is Junior Sports Spec. We got race number 10 up on the line. Let's get them rolling. We got a few more motos, and then we're going to take a break for lunch, and we got a whole afternoon of motos left, and I'm sure the wind's going to pick up maybe 5 or 10 mile an hour. Why not? We wouldn't want Sylvan Beach to disappoint. Race number 10, Junior Ski, 10 to 12, and Pro-Am Ski Light up on deck. Right now, we're Junior Sports Spec. Race number 9's on the course. These racers looking like getting another one. I think that's a Beers. I can't tell. The number 20, Jake Beers, making his way down the front side of the course here. The leader should be making their way to the front straight here in a minute, coming down. .872, Colin Beers making his way, navigating through Ryder Downey right in behind him, real tight, a few boats back. Avery Nickerson on the 520, coming down through that through that finish line and navigating her way, trying to make her way and gain up some lost real estate there, but it is really gnarly conditions out there, I'm not going to lie. And I got lucky. I was the first moto of the morning, and it was still really tough. Once again, these boats jump kind of bunched up in the center section of the race. You see them 1, 2, 3. Someone going to hit the makeup. Stuffing that nose right into the wave. That's tough. That's a tough part of the course right there because you're fouling in with the waves, and that nose wants to go right into it. I got a couple full-blown helmet shovelfuls right into the old goggles that it'll get your attention in a hurry. And that was this morning. It's definitely gotten worse. But let's compare this to Plattsburgh, New York a month ago. I don't think there's any comparison. I think Plattsburgh was way worse, at least right now. It was rough. 8-footers on the back corner. That was for sure at Plattsburgh. It was bad. Maybe even 10. There are some big waves. Lake Champlain doesn't play around either. Colin Beers in the 872 coming down through, still holding his own. Got checkered flag is out. Going to finish up that moto. Avery Nickerson on the 520 in the second place position with a checkered flag.
All right, we're going to make a quick course adjustment here. We're going to be pulling the chicane out to the left-hand side going into the finish line. We're going to pull the red buoy and the yellow buoy out. So those are no longer going to be in play. Trying to make that left-hand turn around that red buoy into the waves is a tough one when the waves start breaking this bad. So we're going to pull that out because if you fall right there with the waves breaking so bad, your boat's on the rocks quicker than we can get to it. So racers, just keep in mind, coming into the finish line, the chicane will be removed. Racers down on the line, can you guys hear me? Kelly, can you hear me down on the line?
Sean, I'm going to jump off the mic here real quick. I'll be right back. Take a quick pit stop.
All right, we had to rescue one of the junior riders off the rocks down on the far side. Course marshal's going to make a quick adjustment and pull these buoys in, and we're going to get this race underway. Just going to make it a little safer, try and keep from bouncing off the rocks. The waves will push your boat onto the rocks in a jiffy on this front straightaway. Just a reminder, too, we're going to do lunch at 12:45, regardless of where we're at in the order. It is 11:26 now, so we're going to get through second half moto. So novice runabout 1100 limited to make sure you're not putting your boats away before lunch. We're going to get through a couple of those in the second half. All right, we've got our course adjustments made. The Wicked Princess in the tower blows her whistle, tells the boys and girls on the line to fire them up. They're sick of standing there in the breakers. Hopefully they didn't take in too much water. Waves crashing over the front of those skis. We've got Leclerc, Wilcox, McClure, Keene, Curran, Hager. This is going to be a tight points battle in this class. These guys are skying it out on the start straight. It's going to take them a whole minute to get all the way turned around here to the start-finish line in these waves. Looks like Keene's coming in with a steering issue. See him wiggling his handlebars back and forth. I'm guessing he had a steering issue come loose. Finding the safest way off the course quickly. He's a veteran rider, so he tries to make those moves. All right, let's see who's getting the whole shot. I see the Cowboy Jack Cuts on the outside. Seb Wilcox on the inside. This is a tight points battle for the series. They've been racing this way all season long. Whole shot goes to Cowboy Cuts. These guys are, I think, 13 points apart after 12 rounds of racing. 13 points apart. Cash McClure going up the inside of Wilcox. McClure out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee is not used to this rough water. This is a whole new level of rough for the Tennessee boy. He's learning it quick, though. He's raced with us a couple of times and had some pretty big waves. These boys battled it out in the first. Oh, McClure stuffs his nose.
Once again, women's 1100 limited up on the line and make your way to the starting line. Women's 1100 limited. Who's out front, Sean? Cut's doing it.
Cut's out in the lead. Cowboy with the lead. McClure in second. Wilcox third. Looks to me. Era fourth. Hager fifth. Curran sixth. And Keene pulled off with was it a steering issue? Yeah. Looked like a steering issue to me. Believe it or not, this still is not as bad as we had it last year.
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, someone got blown off their ski. It looked like an explosion out in that back section. Can't quite tell who it is. I think it's Seb. I think Wilcox got exploded off of his ski out in the back section. Going to hit the makeup buoy.
Yeah, that's rough in there, coming in straight into shore like that.
Woo. That is not easy to do on those Superjet 701s. Gives up the positions. Now he's in second to last place. Oh, he goes down again. You can tell how big the waves are out there when he disappears in the trough. That means that it's about 5 feet, 6 feet. On the shore, too, anybody who's with Troy Morgan, can we get his boat pulled out so that he doesn't try and ride that ski? Make sure Troy Morgan's boat gets yanked out of the water for us, please. Yeah, just a reminder, everyone, we're doing lunch at 12:45, regardless of where we are in the race order. Lunch will be at 12:45, which is, it's 11:34 right now, so we will be getting into the second half before lunch. So race number 1, number 2, maybe number 3. Before lunch, 12:45, we're doing a cutoff time for lunch.
That's great. That's great. I want to hear that. Well, that's all right, though. You know what that means? That means I can get my boat loaded before 2 o'clock. Be all ready for awards over to Harpoon Eddies. Here we go. We got a little sunshine coming out. Maybe we can get things warmed up a little bit. Once again, the 13 Hager coming down through that front straight on that SXR. These racers navigating. They've got some pretty Sebastian Wilcox coming down the front straight.
So our resident drone operator just told us we are receiving 35-mile-an-hour gusts that we have recorded. Still not as bad as previous rounds. If you guys were here at our race earlier this season, there was a tornado that touched down 20 miles away from us overnight, and we had 70-mile-an-hour gusts overnight. It was absolute insanity. Luckily, it wasn't during our race day, but the whole area got shut down. The local high school flooded. It still hasn't even opened up yet. The whole area was pretty well devastated, and somehow we kept on racing the next day.
Didn't we have a big day and a big fire, too, where all the emergency crews had to go off to the south side of the lake here? And
we lost our ambulance that morning because all of the local ambulances were all out on call. There was, unfortunately, 3 deaths locally with entrapments, trees that fell on campers. All within just a few miles of here, and luckily we kept racing on Sunday. Last round here, we had to call it about this time of the day on Sunday in our final race. The local fire department kicked us off the water and said it was too dangerous, and it certainly was too dangerous.
All right, the 51, that's Leclerc coming down the front straight on that Superjet. Not sure who our course leader is because I am 33 of Cash McClure. There's Sebastian Wilcox on the 595, 13 of Hager, excuse me. I always get the number screwed up. I don't know why. The 13 of Hager coming down the front straight. Man, it's going to be an interesting moto.
Checkered flags out for the 33. Tennessee boy right in the rough water. 33, Cash McClure with the win. Second place, Cowboy Jack Cutts. Pulling out his points lead on Sebastian Wilcox. If he can hold this up second moto, pull this one out to the finish of the season, all 12 rounds.
I'll tell you what, though, Sean, it's a win. I mean, these racers, how, just battling these waves and making it through the moto is a win as far as I'm concerned. Going out there and battling these waves is a huge, huge accomplishment.
Especially on those older Superjets. That is not an easy ski to ride in this rough water. 51 of Leclerc across the line. He's happy this race is over. Sebastian Wilcox coming through. A rough race for Seb. A lot of swimming going on out there for the 5'9", 14-year-old Sebastian Wilcox. Hager making his way back around.
All right, we're on race number 11. This is women's 1100 limited. Hager making his way on to number 13 through that finish line in no particular order. The 812, the 427 of Samantha Seben. She's out of Monroe, Connecticut. The number 7 of Sue Zipkin. Once again, Sue is out of Newton, New Hampshire, and she is sponsored by Global Integrated Technologies and also another one of our sponsors here, our East Coast Watercross. She's also sponsored by Beer Dart, Wetworks, and Weeks Brother Water Sports. These racers getting them fired up. It's going to be interesting. If you're looking at that one Sea-Doo closest to the tower, that is a last year for the 787, 97 XP, and really made for these waves and these conditions. They definitely handle chop a lot better. It's going to be really tough for Sue. I can already see she's all over the place, and it's going to be a rough one. She's going to be feeling this about 8 o'clock tonight, maybe even earlier. I think both of those racers opted to go to the outside option, so going to that double blue buoy on the outside and navigating all the way around that blue swing all the way out and around to the red over near the course marshal there. All right, here we go. The 427, Samantha Seben looking like has the lead on Zipkin. Putting the hammer down, coming down through that front straight, running that tunnel, running right in between, getting some air. That 427's getting a workout this weekend. Zipkin coming down through the front straight. Once again, we took out that dog leg. We're just going right straight down through the finish line. Taking a jog right there and right back into the normal course, but we took out that one dog leg there. I think it's going to help keep things a little safer. Race number 12. Let's make your way to the starting line. Race number 12. Race number 12 is a Vintage Ski 550 Vintage Ski Open. This is going to put a hurting on these racers, I'm going to tell you right now, because those hulls are definitely not made for this type of stuff, but they're going to feel it. So, Vintage 550 Vintage Ski Open, combined class, race number 12, you're up on deck. Once again, 7 making her way down this course on the left-hand side, coming down the front straight. Sue Zipkin in behind. 7 on that 427. Navigating her way, getting a good feel for that boat. This is the kind of conditions you want to be. You can season yourself real well in these waves. All right, once again, Vintage Ski 550, Vintage Ski Open. Once again, the Sullivan boys going to be battling it out again. The number 23 and a 29. That's Peter and Patrick Sullivan. They had a real good race yesterday. I talked to him this morning. Had to bust on him a little bit because Patrick got around his brother Peter on his number 23. He's on the pole here. Had a great race with that 750 Pro. Once again, these skis are, you know, late 80s, early 90s. I think that 23 is a 95, I think. Somewhere in that area, 93, 95, somewhere around there. Once again, in no particular order, this is Vintage Ski Open. The 502, Matt Brown out of Northampton, Pennsylvania. He's sponsored by Performance Auto Spa, Curran Brewing, and Moore Power Sports. The 47X of Charles Quinn out of Coopersburg, Pennsylvania. The 37 of Derek Steck out of Killingworth, Connecticut. The 29 of Peter Sullivan out of Webster, New York, sponsored by Vino Lawn and Power Sports. The 23 of Patrick Sullivan. He's out of Webster, New York, sponsored by GPO Jet Ski and Flower City Wraps. Checkered flag going to 7 on the 427. The number 11 of Colby Everts out of Webster, New York. And the number 3 of Anthony Vino out of Webster, New York. And Zipkin rounding out that women's 1100 class. The ladies made it through this brutal moto. Vintage Ski 550 in no particular order. The 777 of no other than Chris Norton out of Queensbury, New York. He's sponsored by Blue Can Racing, Jet Pump Fit, Wetworks, PTR Racing, Torrent Pumps, and Patch Motors. The 420 of Mertz Ryan out of Nazareth, Pennsylvania. The 58 of Anthony Corson out of North Salem, New York. The number 3 of Carl Hosch out of Warminster, Pennsylvania. He's sponsored by Blue Nightmare, West Coast, Gator Power Performance, Black Sheep Racing, and Wave Crasher. Here we go. Patrick Sullivan got his hands full on the number 23 with a nice start. That square nose over, whoa, big air, some good air up there. He had that nose way up in the air on that number, that white square nose Yamaha on the right-hand side of the course. But the left-hand side of this course, they are making their way out to that blue triangle. All right, we got one already getting dragged back into the pits. This is really, really rough when you get into waves like this, and these boats just don't have the power. And they definitely don't have the hull design to of course, they did it in the 80s. What'd they have? You know, that was, if you had one of these boats in the late 80s, you were the man or the woman, you know. Patrick Sullivan making his way onto the inside option. His brother, Peter, in behind him. A couple other racers making their way to the outside option. I'm not sure who it is. Race number 13, I think it's the big boys. We got four-stroke. Yeah, Peter and Patrick. Patrick in the 23, Peter in the 29. Peter's trying to get around him and make some headway. Really, really tough. Really tough in this. Once again, we got a course marshal hooking that 420, 550 and getting it back to shore. Got the racer safely back in. We're dealing with some nice surf here. Once again, these racers, wow, all kinds of people taking some water samples. I can see them coming off big air off that right-hand side of the course, which it starts to get gnarly because the waves are breaking out in that back corner is bad. And if you have to hit that makeup buoy, that white buoy in the middle, no. Stack coming down through on the 37. Course marshal's out there, helping that racer down. It looks like he's trying to get back on his ski. The number 58, that's Anthony Corson coming down the front straight on that 550, I think. Like a 550, I think it is. Could be a 650. What's the number on that ski? I'm trying to make it out. Is that Carl? Carl Hosh. Barely able to get that ski on plane. Oh, my God. Well, I got to give it to Carl for his dedication because he is here every race, pushing his ski in and out of the water, no four-wheeler. He pulls it out. Unbelievable. That's dedication right there because I wouldn't have it in me. The 777 to Chris Norton, he's feeling the pain getting that ski going. Probably a lot different than doing backflips with a Richter, that's for sure, you know. We need holders down to the line. If we could get a couple able-bodied holders. We got Ryan DePasquale with his hand up in the air on that number 85, the big boys. Now this is, if you guys want some excitement, you want some adrenaline, watch these big 320 horsepower boats go and battle these waves. So here we go. If you're looking over, you got the 518 of DeMario. You got Kruger on the number 6 and 85 of Ryan DePasquale. Looks like he's got his holders squared away there. Joe DeMario's got his holders. I see everybody's getting organized over there. It's going to be a handful of a race right here. And then Joe DeMario's got to jump off that boat and go into Moto 1 with Novice 1100 Limited. Unbelievable. I was just talking about that, but that's crazy. Once again, if you're wondering what these boats are, these are all three of these boats are RXPX 2024, 2025s. Nice looking boat. Stack coming down to 37 down the front straight. And once again, you can get into this racing. You know, you go drop 20 grand on a boat like that's up at the line right now. Put, you know, 4 or 5 grand into it, and you've got a really nice boat to go out and really enjoy some closed course racing. Or you can go race P1 Aquacross, because that's what these boats also run. They're just set up a little different, but I know that number 85 boat went all the way to the Bahamas and back from Florida. Ryan took that boat out. I'm pretty sure it was that boat that he took to the Bahamas and back off of the Florida coastline, and went with a handful of guys. So that's pretty awesome. Trip of a lifetime right there. I'm going to do it. All right, these racers making their way. Got Patrick Sullivan on the number 23, holding his brother off. I don't see. Oh, swimming. It's all right. Yeah, people are starting to feel the pain. This takes a lot. Peter Sullivan on the 29 coming down through in behind his brother. Yeah, Patrick really struggling with these waves. They're tough. That's a tough course. It's a big course too, and we didn't shorten it up at all for these waves. It takes a lot. They're probably 3-minute motos or 3-minute lap times. Anthony Vino on a number 3 square nose coming down, real sharp looking boat. Another square nose in behind him. That's a early 90s Yamaha Superjet number 11. That would be Colby Alberts. Those were the ski to have back if you were in the early 90s buying a stand-up. Pretty innovative design. They did really well, and you know what? In better conditions, they're a tough ski to beat in a vintage class. They're really well-designed hull back in the day. Hey, just an announcement to all of our racers. We are not going to be hitting the second motos. Now, we haven't finished the first set of motos for the morning. So our new rounds, the number starting at Moto 1, Joker Buoy is out of play. Second set of motos for today. Joker Buoy is in play for the first motos of the day. So you're still hitting that Joker, but we are going to pull the Joker after this set of motos. We got 2 more motos for the morning rounds, and then we're pulling the Joker, and we're not going to be hitting it in the afternoon. So White flag is out. Racer trying to get back up. I think that's Carl Hosch, if I'm not mistaken. Patrick Sullivan making his way around some lap traffic, I believe. Peter Sullivan making his way around that course marshal or safely and trying to get back into the course here, doing fine. But Patrick starting to stretch his legs on that back course and making up some room. How you doing? I'm glad we're going to be boards. Get a little all over the place. I don't know. Maybe. All right, once again, in no particular order, I'm going to announce Pro-Am right about fourth stroke. Once again, the Joker is in play. The Joker is in play. The number 6 of Aiden Kruger, out of Brockport, New York. The number 85 of Ryan DePasquale. He is sponsored by Hebler Sales and Service, Holmes Racing and Components, Fast Flow, Fuel Line, BRP Museum, and Hamburg Floor Coverings. The 518 of Joe DeMario. He's out of Chittenango, New York. He's sponsored by DeMario's Eatery, DeMario's Plowing, Dean's Team Racing, FX Caprera's Power Sports, and Champion Power Sports. He's the boat in the middle there, that 518 gray RXPX. These are all RXPXs out here. I believe that Kruger, that number 6, closest to us, is a 2025. I don't know if Ryan's is a 25 or a 24, but it's all RXPX. These are all, 2 model year or newer boats, regardless. 325 to 330 horsepower, the boats are turning out. Once again, Ryan DePasquale at number 85 all the way to the end. He's no stranger to the surf like this. He lives on Lake Ontario. He practices in this stuff. Joe DeMario running P1 Aquacross. He's definitely been in this stuff. And Kruger, I think, also running a lot on Lake Ontario as well and does very well in the waves. No problems. But it's going to be interesting because I'm going to tell you one thing. I've got the same boat, same color as Joe DeMario's, that 518, and you can hit the ejecto button real quick on these boats. They will catch a wave on the nose of that RXPX and send you, hit that eject button like you're in a F-18 fighter jet and throw you right out. Number 23, Patrick Sullivan with the checkered flag. And just wanted to sample that water a little bit. The 29 of Peter Sullivan and Steck on the number 37. I'm not sure if he was on the lead lap or not, but first 3 racers through our finish line. Unofficially, I don't score it. I just announce it. That's all we do. That's all. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing here. Boy, my hat's off to those racers. This is that is brutal racing when you're going that slow, having to deal with each and every wave that Oneida Lake's bringing for us today. The number 3, that is Carl Hosch. No, that isn't Carl Hosch. There's no way that's Carl Hosch. Number 3 of Anthony Vino, excuse me. Carl Hosch is running a 3, but he's, I think, running a 550. I don't even think is he on the course anymore? Oh, no, he's getting dragged in. Carl Hosch is on the hook. I don't know who Who picked out this playlist? I'm just curious, you know. Oh my goodness. This was all boy bands. I'm getting really nervous. Who is it? Oh my God. I mean, what is this? I think I've heard Boys to Men like 4 times. It's Joe's, isn't it? I knew it. I knew it. It's okay, buddy. Just because you race sports spec, you can still listen to this stuff. All right, racers. Attention, racers in the pits. Attention, racers in the pits. We are racing Motos 1 and 2 before lunch. Before lunch, we're racing Motos 1 and 2, and then we're going to take a break. So just everybody prepare your boats, prepare your holders, and be ready to race right after. We're going Moto 1 and 2, and then we're taking a break for lunch. Hey, I don't shoot the messenger. Yeah. What's really going to be an interesting race is Ski GP. I'm not going to lie. This is going to be that would be the last race 14, which is after the big boys here are up on the line, and that's going to be, I mean, it's all going to be interesting. Wow, we still have a racer coming through the line. The number 777. Look at that. Full tilt throttle on that 440. That is Chris Norton. Once again, Chris, one of our freestylists, and going from one extreme to the other with a massive freestyle ski to a 777. On that 777, he's 440. Here we go. DeMario stopping the boat. I don't know if he pulled a lanyard or pulled the groin muscle, but this is not a good time. It's a big boat, and it's really tough to race in this stuff. But he is yeah. If you tail catch one of these boats, you're gonna go for a ride. I think he might have just caught a wave wrong, and Kruger on the number 6 coming around the outside corner. Di Pasquale making his way to the outside option. A lot of horsepower right there. Once again, the big boats are able to, they don't have to run that yellow buoy. It's just the outside option they're running. DeMario looking like he's running off the course. He might have I don't know if he did something to his hull or what happened, because those are known for cracking. Believe it or not, the force of those hulls. Once again, Ski GP making their way to the line. All right, I see Sebastian firing up the 114. We're going to have Sean, I think, announce Ski GP. I'm going to duck off here, and I'm going to head down to get ready for my moto, which is next up. So we'll get back at you in a minute. Ryan DiPasquale making his way to the left course. I'm seeing some error. I'm looking right underneath his ski. Kruger on the number 6 coming in, making his way onto the left-hand side and coming down that front straight. Kruger having a nice race, running it nice. Ryan DiPasquale, hand up in the air, white flag. DeMario on the back side of the course, making his way back into this moto. I think was maybe worried about possibly the hull or something. He pulled it up off on the trailer and then rolled it back in. I think he was okay. I should say the boat's okay, and hopefully he is too. Got a couple big waves coming down that start. That's pretty rough. Oh, it looks like Miss Betzold, I see what's in your pocket. Your little cowbell. Very nice. We need more cowbell. All right. All right. I appreciate that. I don't have the cheering team the Betsolds have. I just don't have it. My family's like, what do you think? We're crazy? We're going to come out and watch you race in this weather? All right, once again, checkered flag is out. Kruger coming down that front straight, putting the hammer down. There we go. Once again, Kruger out of Brockport, New York with the win. In behind him is Ryan DiPasquale on number 85 out of Kent, New York. Hebler Sales and Service sponsored rider right there. Once again, great race, and Joe DeMario making his way onto the backside of the course, and he's going to be heading down. We're going to be ducking off. Sean's got you for Ski GP. We got a full afternoon of motos, so enjoy the racing.
All right, Ski GP boys, you got no joker buoy, Ski GP boys. 6 minutes plus a lap, boys, 6 minutes plus a lap. This GP ski class has got some tight points battles in 1 and 2. The number 6 boat and the number 114 are battling it out. At this point, they just need to finish in front of each other. Whoever finishes in front of each other over the weekend is going to be the series winner. Whether it's Jack Cutts or Sebastian Wilcox, it's anyone's guess with this type of conditions out here. Rick Shirker, if he does Shirker things, he's going to be on the podium for the season. Rick Shirker opted to go with the stock boat out there. Doesn't want to risk the pretty fast Power Sports GP1. These skis are incredible pieces of equipment, but in this rough water, opting for the stock boat may not be a bad call. Braden Sebin opting for his stock 1500. Kelly Wilcox opting for his 1050 Yamaha. Charlie McCarthy on his GP1. He's probably wishing he brought his stock 1500 with him. See what these boys can do. Braden 7 out of the hole. Both ski stock boats getting the jump. Sebastian Wilcox on my 1050 Yamaha. This is one where does not matter about the horsepower. It's survival of the fittest. One other reason why a lot of these guys are choosing to ride their stock boats is their stock boats have stock flotation in them. Our GP1 boats do not have any flotation in them, so once we get those filled up with too much water, they are going down to JV Jones's locker, and these things are about $45,000, so we're hoping that they don't go down to the bottom. Let's see who's got the speed coming out of the splits. Braden 7 on the inside, taking a water sample. Rick Shirker picking his way through the outside. He did not become a two-time defending world champ because he is a slouch. Braden 7 picking up the pace. He's got a hole shot, Shirker. Braden 7, hole shot, Shirker. Who's going to get to the finish line first? Oh, we're going to call that one Braden hole shot, Shirker. Fight back, Braden. Get back inside of him. Don't let him do Shirker things to you. Jack Cutts in P3 almost coming off. That one hurt his shin, I can guarantee you that. Those sidewalls of the GP skis are very deep. Oh, Shirker. Cutts almost goes down underwater completely. Seb Wilcox coming in behind Charlie McCarthy on the first lap. Kevin Wilcox just in survival mode, trying to get through his laps. Moto number 1 of the second half. Novice, runabout 1100 limited. We need you in staging. We need Novice, runabout 1100 limited. We're ready to go for staging. And I need somebody to stage that line for me. All my staff is busy. Who's going to stage the line? Who do we got? Let's see here. Hey, Seth, you want to stage my Moto number 1 line for me? Want to stage my Moto number 1 line for me? All right, Shirker way out front there. Needed to get Seth from the Cayman Islands to help us stage the next line. Ready to go. Normally we take lunch after the first motos, but this time we're pushing through Moto number 1 and Moto number 2, and then we are taking lunch. We will take a half an hour lunch break, get everybody warmed up a little bit, get everybody fed with Harpoon Eddie's food. Make sure you check in with Harpoon Eddie's, get yourself a lunch. Go over there for dinner later. Make sure you tip your waitresses. Make sure you keep your eye out for Alan Jackson. We had an Alan Jackson sighting there last night. I have a feeling he'll be there tonight, and if you play your cards right, you could get a signature from Alan Jackson. Maybe get him a little tipsy. He might even sing you a song or two. So Shirker, Braden 7, Jack Cutts, Seb Wilcox finding his way back up to Cutts. This is the points for the championship. All these riders need to do is finish in front of each other. And whoever finishes in front of each other will be the series champion in ProAm Ski GP. This is the premier stand-up class. These are 70-mile-an-hour stand-ups. You will not see them hit 70 miles an hour out here today. That is for sure. All right, 50 seconds on the clock. That means white flag is coming out next lap. We got a rider down in the back section. Who is that out there? Charlie McCarthy riding his ski, getting that thing turned upright. We don't want these GP1s going upside down. They've got a lot of air intakes on the hood because these things need a lot of air to run those 1500cc four-strokes. But the downfall is when they tip over, they do ingest water through those intakes. So we flip those things over as quick as possible because there is no flotation and those will sink. Coast Guard rules require all stock boats that are sold to have flotation, but we skirt around that because they are just race boats, and these are custom-made race skis. This is the battle to watch. Jack Cutts, Seb Wilcox. These boys have been battling all season. I expect neither of them to lift whatsoever in this conditions. It is going to be checkers or wreckers for Sebastian because he's going to try everything he can do to get around Cutts. And we eliminated the Joker buoy because it was already getting a little too close to the shore, and then it's very shallow over there, so the waves break aggressively. And it's far away to be able to rescue skis off the rocks, so we pulled that thing out a little early, and there will be no Joker buoy in the last half of our day. Seb Wilcox dropping down to his knees. Typically, you'll see if there's an issue, these riders will drop to their knees quickly. That way they have a little bit more control in these waves. They are not allowed to stay on their knees for more than one corner. That is part of the rules of race stand-up class. You must stand up. Braden Seb must have had a little issue because the boys, Cutts and Seb, have caught back up to Braden. We will definitely run Moto number 1 and Moto number 2 before lunch. So that means Novice, Runabout 1100 Limited, Junior, X2. We're going to run through those two, and then we're going to do a lunch break. And then after our 30-minute lunch, we will reset with Moto number 3. White flag is out. Rick Shirker doing Shirker things, walking away with this. Braden Seven on his stock. Cowie 1500. Jack Cutts charging, trying to keep the 14-year-old Seb Wilcox behind him. Seb taking a beat and coming down this straightaway. They're going to try and get those things turned, faced back into the waves again. Sky, oh, he doesn't even get the nose under that one, though. That one punched him right in the face. Trying to time these waves is very difficult. This lake is not very predictable. They look relatively predictable, but they are not. It's like being in a washing machine out there, especially the further out you go. Rick Shirker over on the left-hand side of the course making his way around lap traffic. Charlie McCarthy is kind enough to move out of the racing line, go to the inside option. We got a drag race in the back section. Braden Seven and Jack Cutts. Jack Cutts throws it into the corner a little hard. These boys battling out are going to slow down a little bit and let Seb catch a toe and come back behind him. You're going to see Seb put in a charge as soon as he sees that they're battling it out. Braden's boat, the stock 1500, has a deeper V hull, but outmotored. Jack Cutts just keeps the throttle hammered and makes the pass around the 730. Braden 7, that puts Jack Cutts a P2. Check is out for Rick Shirker. That is just what Jack Cutts needed on the last lap. Seb Wilcox too far back. That's going to be a 4th place finish for him. This is going to be a really good finish for Jack Cutts in the points. Help him out quite a bit and force Seb's hand in the second moto. Seb's going to have to beat him by a couple positions to get the points lead. We're going to have a little drag race down to the finish line here. Oh, I think Braden Seven's going to have the run. Braden Seven's going to make it. Braden Seven gets the pass at the checkers. Less than a boat length. I'm standing in front of the finish line and call that one. That is as close as it gets. Braden 7 leaves it all on the course. Good ride, boys. Should have gone faster, Cowboy. Seb Wilcox limping in. Not happy with that 4th place, but good news for him. Jack Cutts did not get 2 positions on him. He only got 1 position on him, so that is going to keep the points battle really tight. That's going to mean that Seb needs to beat Jack in that next moto, second half of the day, or else Jack wins the championship. We need holders down to the line. All right, we need holders. Get Terry Burke some holders down there. She's our resident live stream. She does everything to help us. Get your ass in there and hold Terry Burke, please. We need holders. Someone get in there and hold Terry. All right. We got 1. We need 1 more. I got you 1, Terry. We need 1 more holder, please. Wayne Orden, do you have somebody to hold in this next moto? Can you hold Terry Burke? All right, we're good, Terry. All right, Novice, runabout 1100 limited. Charlie McCarthy making his way off the course. All right, race number 1, the finish order. In order how they finished in this first moto, you got Cove Batzel with the win, Josh Leclerc, Terry Burke, Lucas Keene, Justin Keene, Tanner Batzel, Joe DeMario, David Anderson, Brody 7, John Bick. Tanner Batzel and David Anderson are within 13 points this season. David Anderson needs to beat Tanner Batzel by 2 positions in order to clinch 3rd. We've got a staged up line from the Island Boy. Thumbs up from the Cayman Islands, Seth Watler. Whistle blows. Time to fire those babies up. Let's see what happens. Terry Burke, Cove Batzel, Josh Leclerc battling out for series points. The line is getting staged. They're having trouble holding them. 2-minute hold, 2-minute hold for DeMario. He probably just did that to take an extra breath since he just got off the course. He just needed a couple extra minutes to rest. He's ready to go. Head's nodding, we're good. Fire these things back up. Oh boy, we already got riders down before we even started the race. 2-minute hold, 2-minute hold. We got all kinds of 2-minute holds down here. We'll give them a minute to get situated. We understand the conditions are not easy. Big Daddy Todd coming down to go live. Let's see if Todd can break any more boats today. We got a couple Todd boats out there. They're all going to go in on the hook at the end of the weekend. All right, I think we got thumbs up. We're ready to roll. Sitting there on the line with the waves crashing over the hood is no fun. Fills the skis up with water even no matter how tight you can get them. Green light, good start. Good start for Cove. This is going to be some big air. Terry Burke pulls her lanyard. Luckily, nobody lands on her. That is the most dangerous part of the start. You can't see anything going on. Terry's not happy about that. Let's go, Terry. Pick it up. We got a points battle to get into. Shake it off. She's ready to go. She's the one tough cookie out here. Cove Batzel out to a raging start. LeClaire's on the purple boat, right, Todd? LeClaire's on Todd's purple boat. Is that Tanner? I think Tanner's in 3. Tanner Batzel, raging start on the inside. Then 2 Keens. Then it looks like David Anderson, Brody 7, Mario, and then Bick. Getting good at spotting these guys from all the way across the water. Cove looking around, making sure he's got enough room. Now he's going to have to preserve that boat. There is no joker buoy. Tanner Batzel making the move into second. LeClaire on the purple boat, though. Outmotors Tanner down the line. Both Keens going at it. David Anderson on the backup 167 boat. I wonder what happened to the C10 boat. Must have had some problems with the old Gord Horn boat. Oh, David decides to give a little kiss to the buoy. Made it on the right side. Unconventional way to go around the buoys. We got word that David forgot to put gas in his C10 boat, so, you know, it happens to the best of us. Little details. Yeah. LeClaire pulling back up onto the back of Batzel. That lead is going to shrink, I'm thinking. LeClaire's on a mission out there after getting towed in, and luckily it was on his victory lap in the first moto. Tanner Batzel holding in a solid third. Best ride we've seen for Tanner Batzel. One of the most improved riders this season. Looks like one of the Keens. I can't quite tell which one it is. I think that one is Justin out there. LeClaire opting to follow Cove through the outside option. Inside option maybe getting a little too rough with the way the waves break. Coming down this front straight, you got to try and time these waves and pick a trough and hopefully stay in the trough the whole way down the shoreline. Problem is the trough moves towards the shoreline. You need to follow the trough all the way through and then car back into the waves and then shoot back out towards the lake. Cove skying it out. These guys hopping 5-6 feet out of water out there in the back section. LeClaire sky on the purple boat out behind. You can see Cove's boat through the air underneath LeClaire's boat. Cove turns facing the shore. You can see the airtime they're getting. Goodness gracious. Literally could see LeClaire underneath Cove. David Anderson starting a train behind him. They're doing some follow the leader action going on here. Anderson, Bick, Brody, DeMario, Terry Burke. I don't ride Mario on that boat. I'm not used to it. I'm used to most of these guys by now. Let's see what we got. We've got no joker buoy in this one, so no joker buoy in the second half of the day. Boo, says Todd. Cove pulling off LeClaire. LeClaire and try and get on the back of Cove, latch on. He's got to stop following him through the options. If he's got any chance, he's going to need to take the inside option. Looks like the wind is picked up. Middle part of the lake, we see a lot more whitecaps than we saw. Typical Sylvan Beach fashion, it's just going to keep building and building all day long. As soon as we finish our last race, it's going to lay down flat. The sun's going to come out. And it's going to warm up 20 degrees. LeClaire throwing everything he got at Cove. pulled up a couple boat lengths, and that's right-hand side of the course. This course brought to you by SPT, shopspt.com, title sponsor of our series, as well as title sponsor of the IGSBA World Finals. This is a replica World Finals track, trying to get our racers prepared for Lake Havasu City, Arizona in just a few weeks. A lot of us will be traveling out there to race World Finals against the best in the world. 7 days of racing in the hot, hot Arizona sun. John Bick makes his way around David Anderson. Joe DiMario is looking to make up ground on Anderson next, gets a little sideways. Terry Burke riding the trough perfectly. She's going to make a move on Brody 7 on this. She's going to get it. Close the door. Terry Burke, atta girl, making her way back from a bad start, pulling the lanyard with those big waves. Cowbell's ringing. That must mean Cove is coming. Josh Leclerc does a little whip coming down the straightaway. Typically, you want your boat to be parallel to the direction you're going instead of opposite. Whoa, Cove. Looks like he caught the buoy but made it to the right side of it. One bad bounce could put you down a lap with these buoys moving around in the waves. Coming into lap traffic, though, this could change the game. Brody 7 moves out of the way for the boys coming through. We got a whole train of lap traffic. It's going to get interesting really quick, folks. Keep your eye on that train of lap traffic. They're all battling for position, too. They have no idea what's going on around. They are focused on trying to stay on their ski. John Bick in front of the train. Terry Burke making her way around. She's battling for position, doesn't know that that's Cove. Cove just slices his way through lap traffic, makes his way around Terry and DiMario in one corner. Got to make his way around Anderson. Stops him up pretty easily. Leclerc trying to follow his lead. Leclerc at least has the advantage because once the lapped riders see the lead come through, they know that there's more coming, so they're more aware. We got Cove taking the inside option to get away from the lap traffic in front of him, but that's going to give the option of the outside to Josh Leclerc, and he's comfortable on that outside, so we're going to see where this comes back together. Hopefully John Bick moves out of the way here and doesn't interfere with this. Cove's going to come out in the lead. Cove's got a healthy lead making his way through the lap traffic. We got checkered flag. Cove, Batzel. P2, we've got Josh Leclerc. P3 is going to be out in the back section. Tanner Batzel is going to be in third if he can hold on to this thing. That'll be the best finish for Tanner Batzel in this class. And then that would put both the Keens. Let's see, I see. Looks to me like Lucas Keen is going to be P4. Justin Keen would be P5. I believe that would put John Bick P6. And then David Anderson P7. Anderson's going to have an uphill battle to try and get back into the podium spot for the series points. With that third place finish from Tanner Batzel, that is going to be hard for him to come back. Good ride, Tanner Batzel. Up next is going to be Junior X2 and then a lunch break. 12:46 right now, so we're going to run this next moto for Junior X2s, and then we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break, come right back with moto number 3. Junior X2s. Let's hope these boys know where they're going off the start. They got a little confused in the last moto. Junior with a good start. Junior got a little lost on that first moto. He missed the first double blues. It's easy to do because they disappear in the waves out here. Who's off the ski? Looks like Meyer might be off his ski. Course Marshal Kevin's going to come rescue him. Grabs his hand. We got to teach him we should be going opposite him, but that's all right. He's young. We'll let it slide. Gets him back to his ski. Hopefully he can get on that thing, get remounted and ready to go. Van Wee Jr. way out there already. Warren comes off the boat. We got Ryder down in the back section. Warren gets sideways and hits the eject button. Van Wee Jr. out to a solid lead now. Everybody else swimming behind him. Besides Cardigan. Where's Seb? Did Seb not go out? Dead boat? Oh, Sebastian Wilcox is saving his energy for his GP and ski lights moto. Not a bad idea. Van Wee Jr. out in the lead, picking his way through. He's enjoying this wave way too much. These kids love riding in this stuff. So it looks like Meyer's having some trouble getting that ski going. Course Marshal Kevin is doing everything he can to try and help him out, but it is no easy task. Trying to remount these things and trying to help off Spark. Carnigan out there in third. Actually, second. Where is, yeah, Warren's off the ski still. So that's a second place for Carnigan right now. Shaking up this podium for the day. Is Warren on the hook? Oh, he's back up riding? All right, Warren's back remounted. If you guys think it's tough racing in these conditions, try being a course marshal out on these little Sea-Doo Sparks all day long, bouncing around, having to keep your head on a swivel, having to rescue all these racers nonstop. These guys are earning their lunch today, that's for sure. So Warren Burke remounted. He's back up and running. He's got parts flapping in the breeze. Typical X2, just got stuff hanging off of it. It's going to be quite distracting for him, but oh boy, gets a little loose. Junior with his massive lead. Half a track lead for Junior. Just don't throw this one away, Crash. We call him Crash for a reason, and it's not because he stays up on the ski all the time. Van Wee Jr. skying it out over on the right-hand side. Sebastian Wilcox taking the wussy way out, not going out to race, saving his energy so he can battle it out with Cash and Jack in his next two motos. Can't say I blame him. You couldn't pay me to ride one of those X2s in these conditions right now. Just in time for our lunch break, we ordered the son to come out. Hager needs a little extra help. He's already got into the sauce or something. He can't even get off his four-wheeler. All right, white flag is flying. We've got East Coast Watercross staff food in there, so make sure we get some food in you. We're going to take lunch. Once this checkered flag flies, we're going to reset, get our scores and our flaggers warmed up. If anybody has warm hands, come on over and help Shelly out. Her hands are cold. She needs warming up. Look at the sky is clearing out. We got sun out. Winds dying down. The lake's laying down. Perfect weather for a jet ski race. All right, this must be Van Wee Jr. lapping Carnegie. This could be... Oh, all right, never mind. Hold on a second. I got to figure out where I'm at. Okay. Warren's still down a lap, though, right? All right, so Warren's down a lap. He's trying to unlap himself right now with Carnegie and Meyer in front of him. Van Wee going out to hit the makeup buoy. Smart boy. Must have missed something. Good ride for Van Wee Jr. today. Warren's going to be pushing hard to unlap himself so he can get some more points. It helps him that Sebastian's not in this one for the series points for sure. So Warren Burke unlaps himself around Carnegie, around Meyer. Meyer, I believe, is 2 laps down. Carnegie would be in P3 then. So P1, Van Wee Jr., P2, Carnegie, P3, Warren Burke, P4, Meyer. Oh, who's off the boat? Is that... It's Meyer off the boat, yep. Meyer came off the boat. So, yeah, this would give... yeah, because Van Wee got, what, second in the first moto, right? Oh, no, third, and you got second. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so this gives Junior the overall, right? This gives Junior the overall, right? Yeah. I love it. This is the top step of the podium for Van Wee Jr. Good ride, Van Wee Jr., sponsored by Pro Rider Magazine and all kinds of other sponsors I don't have in front of me. It's a long list. I can't get through it. The rest of the boys are going to make their way around. Meyer's still hanging out there with Kevin. They're just talking about the weather, their day, what's been going on. They're just having a nice little chat over there. That's going to give Carnegie P2, Warren P3. Checkered flag, Warren Burke jumping his way in. Oh, Myers back up and running. He's an Ironman. He wants to finish this thing out. Carnegie coming across the line. Good ride. Best ride yet. That's going to get him up on the podium. Sure. I think that's third. That's the third place finish for the weekend. If the math in my head is right, that puts Van Wee on the top step of the podium, Warren on the second step of the podium, and Carnegie on the third. All right, we're going to let Myers make his way around, pull the course marshals in, get some food, fuel up the boats, and we're going to re-rack with moto number 3 of the second half. We're going to get staged up for our award ceremony at Harpoon Eddies. We're going to need a 1-hour break at the end of our motos. We are in very good shape to finish on time and early, get everybody on the road after our award ceremony. So a 1-hour break at the end of our motos, a half-hour break right now for lunch. Good work, Myers, finishing that race out. That's what we do as racers. Even though it's tough, it's brutal, we're finishing those races. Marshals are going to come in and get warmed up. Now this sun is coming out. We got ourselves a perfect afternoon to close out the season. 12 rounds of racing. We're giving away this hot rod wet jet. Hager could bring it home. This thing is nice. It could be yours. All right, we are only taking a half-hour lunch break. Don't mind the hour that's on the timer that is incorrect. We are doing a half-hour lunch break. So we will call it 1:30. 1:30 restart time. Moto number 3, be ready to roll at 1:30. All right, we're almost ready to get rolling here. I need East Coast Watercross staff back in position. I need to make sure that these course marshal boats got fueled up. Seth, make sure these course marshal boats are fueled so we don't have to stop again. So we need race number 3, getting ready. All right, we need staff back in position. We need racers on the line. Let's get this thing rolling here. Race number 3, we need you on the line. Race number 3 on the line. Race number 3, ProAm Sports Spec on the line. Race number 3, ProAm Sports Spec to the line. All right, race number 4, ProAm Sports Spec on the line. Race number 3 on the line. Race number 4 should be getting ready to go. We need ProAm Sports Spec to the line. We need race number 4 in staging. ProAm Runabout Rec Lights. ProAm Runabout 1100 Limited should be getting their boats into the water for staging. We need holders on the line. Make sure you have your holders ready for this second moto. Get your holders ready. We want to get cruising so we can get through awards. All right, everybody, we are ready to rock and roll. Everyone's in position. Everyone's fed and warm. Everyone's ready to go. Let's get this thing underway. Final races of the 2025 SBT East Coast Watercross season starts now. All right, a good clean start. Looks like Mazonsky out front on the inside option. Who's on the outside option? I think that's the Nickerson boat. See if he can stay on that thing this time. Oh, he noses into a wave. Looks like it's going to be Mazonsky. Getting that boat turned onto the front straightaway. 1-2-5 boat, Mazonsky with the hole shot. Followed by a keen Nickerson on the backup boat. Hahn on the 1-7-2, Polera on the 10. Waves are dying down a little bit, but not a whole lot. Caleb Plitzka pulling up the rear. Sun's poking out, makes this day a lot easier on us when it's 60 degrees out. A little bit of sun goes a long way out here with the wind whipping. You can see the sky, and in the back section, the waves that get pretty big out in that back right-hand corner for some reason. I think there's a shallow spot out there, so the waves whip right up. Just a reminder, too, we are going to be hosting our award ceremony right around 1 hour after the final moto of the day. Hopefully tracking for around 3:30 finish. Let's see, it's 1:50 now, so we can finish racing around 3:30. Roll into awards by 4:15, 4:30. Get everybody on the road by 5:30, 6:30. I think we'll be doing pretty good. Over at Harpoon Eddies, big thank you to Harpoon Eddies for feeding our staff this weekend and always being a sponsor of this event. Lots of local sponsors from the local tourism board, the Sylvan Beach Verona Beach Board, and Ryan Sheedy and his whole team bring us out here every year. Want to say a big thank you to them. John Mazonsky out for John on the 1. Got a first in that first moto. He's going to be rolling into an overall win. I do believe Brent Hahn has the heavy lead in the points for the series, though. This is our 12th and final round of racing. We've raced all over the Northeast, from New Hampshire to Pennsylvania, a couple in New York, twice here in Sylvan Beach. 6 weekends of racing, 12 rounds. Next year we'll have 5 weekends of racing up here on the East Coast Watercross Tour. We'll have a winter series coming up, 3 races in Florida, hopefully the end of January and then the end of February. Fun little 3-round winter series down in sunny Florida, so everybody can have a reprieve from the winter, the cold, harsh New England winter. Eric Malone's going to be down there and teach you guys how to do some vintage freestyle. We may have an SPT revolver on loan from CJ at SPT, hopefully. Mazonsky out there stretching the lead out in front of Lucas Keene. Followed by the 172, Mr. Brent Hahn. See one boat upside down over there. That looks like the number 2 Nickerson boat. Looks like Nickerson's coming off his boat early. He waited until the very last minute, last race around, to come off the boat. Figured he'd get it out of the way early this time so it wasn't right in front of everybody. Polera almost coming off the boat on the right-hand side of the course, turning back into the waves. Trying to get these boats to reposition to turn back into the waves at a 90-degree angle is no easy feat whatsoever. We're going to need race number 4 ready to go. We are almost 2 minutes left on the countdown timer. 2 minutes, 15 seconds, so that means staging race number 4. ProAm Runabout 1100 Limited ProAm Runabout Rec Lights. Kayla on the 7 boat, forcing that thing around the track. Struggling on that blaster in these waves. Beer Dart getting a little shower over here on the rocks. Looks like the Nickerson boat is on the hook. Nickerson's probably dragging behind it, getting waterboarded behind Braden Seven. We've got Course Marshal Kevin protecting the boys. Just so everybody knows, if there's ever a Course Marshal boat hooking up a boat and a Course Marshal flag, and you go in between that Course Marshal boat and that yellow flag, that's going to be a penalty for sure. Seems like there's been some misunderstanding of how that works in other areas. Mr. Nickerson going to give Braden Seven a massage while he's out there. He's just hanging out on the back of the boat. Might as well make himself useful. I think that's 2 broken boats for Mr. Brad. It is not an easy task to be able to tow an HX in behind a 2-seat Sea-Doo Spark with a grown-ass man hanging off the back of it. It is no easy task. Luckily, Braden Seven has been learning the ropes with the course marshals out here. He's got the best trainers in the whole entire country, let alone the world. Course marshals Kevin Scott and Randy Scott, all the way from Florida. They fly up to every single round for us. These gentlemen are the professionals. White flag is out. Wind is blowing so hard he doesn't even need to wave that flag. It's just standing at full mast. If you're wondering who that handsome fella is standing in the tower, that's the one and only Seth Watler, all the way from the Cayman Islands. Works with the SEWA organization, the IJSPA affiliate that runs the Cayman Island races. Came all the way up here to hang out with us and freeze his island butt off. We got the about 1100 Limited boys warming up over there. Cove doing some stunts in the background, pointing that thing right up to the sky. We were lucky enough to be graced with the presence of the bearded wonder, Jason Hillsgrove, over here. He will be signing autographs at some point today. If you do want to get in line, you could get something very valuable, autograph from Jason Hillsgrove. For Concord Motorcycle, one of my sponsors back in my motocross days. Most of it was just backdoor deals nobody knew about. We just called it a sponsorship. Andy Smith had nothing to do with it, Jason. Checkered flag. 125, Mazonsky. Lucas Keene, P2. P3, Brent Hahn. Unofficial results. Race number 4 on the line in staging. Staged up, ready to go. We need race number 5 getting geared up and ready to rip. All right, this is going to be last call for merch. We are going to be closing out our merch tent. We need to get ready for awards, and we need our tables, so this is our last call for merch. If anybody wants anything, come see my beautiful daughter, Lucy May. She's going to be packing up and ready to roll. We're going to be staging up for awards. All right, race number 4. This is a good one to watch. We got a heavy points battle in this series. Finishing first in this first moto, Cole Batzel. Finishing second, 21C, Dave Davidson. Finishing third, Ricky May. Finishing fourth, Mike Vrabel. Not finishing the first moto, Todd Sarzinski on that purple boat. Ryan Sheedy, local hometown hero, legend. We got a good start. Boys are rocking it out. Cove back, jumping to the lead. Sarzinski right out. Look at these boys skying them out over here. Looks like Cove dropped back a little bit. Give it to Ricky May. Most of these boys are up in their 50s. Guys rule for sure. Cove trying to make his way around Ricky. He makes his way around Ricky, forces the pass. Let's see who comes out on the outside option. Looks like the purple boat of Todd. Cove, whole shot in the Pro-Am, boys. Ricky May tucking in behind. Todd Zarzinski in second. Rick May third.
Check.
Ryan Sheedy in fourth. Mike Rabel fifth. Where is the 21C? 21C rolls in behind Mike Vrabel. That's not what he wanted to see right now. I expect a hard charge out of the 21C of Dave Davidson. Still sore from Watkins. Oh no! 69 boat comes to a halt. Must have pulled his lanyard. Helping out the senior citizens out there, letting them give it a little bit more of a lead. Todd Zarzinski airing that thing out. That was an 8-foot jump out of Todd. Todd's broke every boat that's come out of his trailer today, so hopefully that purple boat stays together. The winds just started picking up again. You can tell by the fact that the entire lake is whitecaps at the moment. Cove making his way back around the Hague boat with Ricky May on it. Ryan Sheedy holding his own out there with these boys. Ryan Sheedy's not racing at all this season. Look at this battle we got between Todd and Cove. I expect Cove to go outside, Todd to go inside here. Let's see who chooses what. Cove goes outside. Todd's going to follow. Ricky May's going to follow too. I don't know what these boys are thinking following each other through here, but there must be some bigger waves cracking in the inside option. The salty old veteran out of Ontario, Dave Davidson, takes the inside. He's no dummy. He's not going to follow that pump wash. And I expect him to come out probably rail to rail with Mike Vrabel. Prove my point that they should not follow each other. Cove Batzel with the lead. Todd Sarzinski in P2. Rick May P3. And just like I said, that inside option worked for Dave Davidson. I'm not just a pretty face up here on the mic. I actually have somewhat of an idea of what's going on out here. Dave Davidson cut inside of Rick May right here. Rick May is definitely going to close that door and not allow this to happen. See ya. Ricky knows how to ride that wide ski, that's for sure. All of these boys are not only good offensive racers, but they are also very, very smart defensive racers. There's a lot of strategy that goes into racing, whether you're on the offense or on the defense. Cove airing that thing out. Holy cow, that 69 boat was 3.5, 4 feet out of water. It only takes one bad wave to ruin your race out here on these 30-year-old boats. Race number 5 coming up next. Super Chicken. We need Super Chickens on the line. Race number 5 in staging. Heated battle out here. Ricky May is going to do everything he can to charge behind Todd other than take a different option. Dave Davidson's going to take the different option. And I'm sure he's going to close the gap up because he's power wash. Let's see where Dave Davidson comes out, taking that inside option. Surprise, surprise, he made another pass. These boys are sleeping on that inside option. Dave Davidson, he's going to be cutting across the front of Ricky May right here and shut that door on the inside. He's going to be a gentleman and not still. Oh, he uses it as a berm. 3 in one corner. What on earth is Todd doing? Todd just left the door open for both of those boys to get through. I'm thinking that someone paid Todd off there. He left that door way too far open. Hand gift over to Ricky May and Dave Davidson. We're going to have to look at that replay and see what's going on there. I think him a $10 bill or something to move out of the way. Or he crushed a vertebrae, one of the two. Most likely he crushed a vertebrae. Popped his old hip out or something. Meanwhile, 69 of Cove is just running away out front. These boys are going to battle it out all next year, too. Is moving up to this Pro-Am class. So we got Rick May in second, Dave Davidson in third. Todd Sarzinski thinks that he missed the buoy out there. He hits the makeup, hands it over to Ryan Sheedy. Most likely he missed the buoy. Todd is notorious for forgetting where he's going on the course. And it is by no means due to old age whatsoever. He's only spun about 8 million laps on Watercross courses in his lifetime. Probably 10 times the laps that Cove ever could. He's been racing since the 90s. Ricky May coming across. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left to go in this slugfest of the Pro-Am 1100 Limited. Ryan Sheedy, hometown boy, hanging with the big dogs out here. Impressive ride for Ryan Sheedy, his best one of the season, which isn't too hard because he's only ridden twice this season. Holding off the likes of Mike Vrabel. Now Todd Sarzinski has some ground to make up. I don't know where Mike Vrabel got around Todd, but I'm thinking it's too rough to see a Superman out of Mike Vrabel on the finish line here. Dave Davidson stalking Ricky May. I predict Rick May takes the outside option. Dave Davidson takes the inside option and closes this gap up. Seems like, oh no, Davidson's going to hit the makeup buoy. That's going to open the door for Ryan Sheedy. He's got enough of a gap on Sheedy. That's not going to affect him too much, I think. He's got to go head on into the waves. Sheedy's coming sideways into the waves on the 4-stroke. Dave Davidson on the 2-stroke. Sheedy jumps ahead of Davidson, shuts the door. See you later. This is my house, says Sheedy. Meanwhile, Cove Batzel out for a leisurely ride. He doesn't know he's out front because he doesn't hear the cowbell. We need more cowbell, baby. I gotta have more cowbell. Dave Davidson on the inside, making up some ground, but that makeup buoy really hurt him. 1 minute, 30 seconds left on the clock. Dave Davidson did get around Sheedy on the inside. 21C making that inside option work really well for him. All right, we're getting word that the junior sports spec riders are wussing out on the second moto. They've all said, oh, it's too hard out there. Backs hurt. One of them was crying. I think it was Colin. It was so sad, but they don't want to race, so we're going to skip junior sports spec moto, I guess. What are you going to do with those little things?
I wouldn't do anything.
All right, Cove is slowing down a little bit. They're trying to slow him down for the white flag lap. All right, they're giving him the white flag anyway. We don't want to add insult to injury here. There was only 5 seconds on the clock. Only 5 seconds on the clock, so we gave him the last lap. I think she's getting cold, not soft. She's getting cold. All right, now we got ourselves a battle. Dave Davidson back on the heels of Ricky May. 1 lap to go. Everything on the line right here. This is going to be season championship points, paying double points. Cove Batzel's points don't count because he's just trying out the Pro-Am class. So this is going to be for all the marbles right here. I think this is going to be a season changer. Let's see what happens. Watch that 21C. He's going to take that inside option. Ricky May is going to take the outside option. He's comfortable with it. The wind just started whipping up even more. We're getting breakers even harder. Let's see what happens out here. Where's Todd? I haven't seen Todd. He's just moseying around in the back. He's out for a Sunday cruise. He's actually got a cell phone on. He's watching the Bills game right now. Oh, not till later. He's watching the pregame. He's got it set up. There's no speakers allowed in this race. All right, this battle to watch is going to be on the left-hand side of your course. I guarantee you this is going to be a great finish here. These boys don't make simple mistakes, except for Rick May last race on the start. That was a simple mistake, but... All right, Ricky May to the outside, Dave Davidson to the inside. Davidson giving it everything it's got. Let's see who makes the bobble, who doesn't. Cole Batzel with the W. Here it is. This is going to be it. We're going to get a merge. They're going to be rail to rail. Dave Davidson's got a leg up, it looks like. No, Ricky May's got a head of steam. Oh, Davidson. Davidson's going to get it. Ricky May. Ricky May gets it on the Hague boat. 2:21 gets it over the 21C with a head of steam. Anita had a heart attack. She's okay, though. Holy cow, that was a close finish. Well done, gentlemen. Put your hands together. Ryan Sheedy, though, beating some of these veterans on the four-stroke. Sheedy has his own dry dock over in front of Harpoon Eddie's. He's just going straight to the bar. After that one, he's celebrating. He's not even going back to the trailer. Right to the bar he goes. Race number 5, Super Chickens. Finishing first in the first moto, our very own number 19, Erin Hay. She's focused. She doesn't have time for dance moves this time on the line. She's going to defend this first place finish. Second place finish in the first moto, James Hager. Third place finish, Tully Zipkin. Did not finish, 197, Susan Zipkin. This is brutal racing on Super Chickens out here. These things are called bone crushers, spine crushers, Super Chickens. They're the crappiest machines that have ever been. They don't handle worth anything. They are basically like riding a sheet of plywood across the lake. Todd Sarzinski's finishing up his Sunday cruise. He's coming in. All right, Shelly McCloskey's going to hand over the controls to Seth Watler from the Cayman Islands. He's going to run our tower for us. Shelly's going to help get ready for our award ceremony, get some stickers on our trophies. Because we're that far ahead of the game that we're just now putting stickers on trophies. We got a lot of things going on up here to keep this operation running smoothly, and a hell of a team behind us helping making all of this work. We've got 122 season trophies, all CNC plasma cut aluminum. We got a green light race. Super Chickens, Aaron and out, the most air you've ever seen a Super Chicken. Oh my goodness, Aaron Hayes' back just blew out, I think. Maybe she can join me for some spinal fusion surgery on Tuesday. She may need it. We can get a 2-for-1 deal. What do we got out here for Carnage with Super Chickens? I see a Susan facing the wrong direction. I don't know what Susan was doing, trying a 360 or something. This is about as rugged as you're ever going to see for a course for Super Chickens. The weak spot on these holes are right where the beak comes in. Aaron Hay making her way back around. Looks like Hager out front, followed by Hay, and then Tully, and then Susan still working her way out. This is a tight points battle. If Aaron Hay finishes second and James Hager finishes first, the first place overall goes to James Hager. Aaron would end up second place. The heavier weight goes to the second moto. In the event of a tie, Hager almost spins out. Hay gets that thing hooked up. But that Hager boat seems to be running really good this weekend. He's had a couple of off weekends, but that thing not running so great. Constantly tuning and testing. These things are ancient. Much older than the racers on them. Maybe Tully. Tully's older than the boat. All right, this just in. The rest of the juniors aren't as much of babies as the Beers family and the Nickerson family, and they're going to race, so we're still running junior sports spec. We're going to need race number 6, ProAm Sports Spec, ProAm 1100 Open on the line for staging. We are under 2 minutes left in this moto, win one lap. If these chickens can survive this torture, we're going to have a tight points battle here. I looked away for a minute, and somehow Aaron Hayes in front of Hager. Oh, Hager had to hit the makeup. These Super Chickens are hard to ride even in flat conditions, let alone in 3-footers. Hager opting to take the inside option. Hay taking the outside option. Eight points difference between Aaron Hay and Tully Zipkin right now in the series points. You could throw a blanket over these two. Let's see if Hager can make up some ground on that inside option. Hager comes out a couple more lengths behind Aaron Hay. Aaron Hay is looking for that 1-1, first 1-1 of the season. She's not going to let off that arcade-style throttle on that Super Chicken. Hager with the handlebars, looking much sportier, but way cooler to be original on those Super Chickens with that silly little steering wheel. Hey, riding a wide chicken. Shut that door. Don't leave that door open. Don't open, Aaron. Hager is no stranger to rough racing. If you leave it in, she's going to take it. He's a resident Pro-Am Ski Lights racer. Won the championship last year, if I recall correctly. There's a lot of racecraft that goes into this stuff. And if you leave it open enough for him to stick a beak in there, he's going to stick that beak of that Super Chicken in and push you right out of the way. These things are great little bumper cars. They aren't really strong enough to be bumper cars, but if you were around 8 years ago and we started this class, basically we started this class for a bumper car class. We did a lot of rubbing back then, right, Dart? Steve Hotchkiss, resident tech director, brought this class from the ground up, built most of these boats, sourced most of these boats. You couldn't give these boats away before this class started, and within 2 years, you could not find a single one of these anywhere online, anywhere, because we bought all of them. Mostly because we needed them because we broke them all. At one point, I think I had 6 of them at my house. I don't know how that ended up happening. One of them got painted flat black and had a 8-foot pirate flag hanging off the back of it. Where was that? West Haven, I think? I think West Haven. We brought out the pirate flag on the back of one. I think that constitutes a flock. It was a flock. Back then, we had a flock of them. 11 was our biggest line of these things. You want a hilarious race, put a whole bunch of talented racers on skis that are piles of crap. Back in 2018, we had the first ever Super Chicken National Championships race in Plattsburgh, New York, and me and Beard Art battled it out all weekend long in waves about equally as big as this. I snapped the front of the beak off of my loner chicken, spent 4 times the value of the chicken in fiberglass to give it back to my friend that I borrowed it from. But I got the win, so it's totally worth it. I would do it all again. I broke my back, broke the boat, totally worth it. I got bragging rights over Dart. We do have some extra food left over from our staff lunch from Harpoon Eddie's. If you're looking for any steak and cheese sandwiches and peppers and a bunch of sandwiches over here underneath the East Coast Watercross tent, feel free to come grab it. We don't want to throw away this great food. The lovely folks at Harpoon Eddie's are kind enough to feed our staff for free, and we have an army of staff here, so they gave us plenty of food and then some, so feel free to come on up and grab a free sandwich, courtesy of Harpoon Eddie's, where you will find us all later tonight. You will also find Alan Jackson out there tonight. We got a white flag out. We have a white flag out and we don't have a line stage. What's going on down there, gentlemen? Pro-Am Sport GP, Pro-Am Runabout 1100 Open. If you want to race, let's get some boats on the line. Someone tie Troy Morgan down to his chair so he can't get up. He's going to need to sit this one out. He had a rough little go in the first moto, banged his little noggin a little bit. Saw a few stars. Came off the course and said he needed to go do his emails. I said, I think you need to go see the medics. Take a little break here for a minute. His eggs were officially scrambled. So he's going to sit this one out. So let's see who we're going to have down there. We're going to have Brent Hahn, Corey Dixon, Wayne Orden, Evan Polera, Lucas Keene, Justin Keene, rather. Scott's hanging out. He's dry. He's not getting wet again. Checkered flag. Thomas. Geez, freaking James Hager. Too used to Thomas on that thing. second place is going to go to Aaron Hay, I believe. The Zipkins are out there having a conversation or something. I don't know what's going on out in the back section. Tully looks lost. Maybe they were kissing out there or something. I don't know what they're doing. Husband and wife out hanging out in the back section doing some smooching. Aaron Hay pulling up second place. That's going to give the overall to Hager. Nice ride in the rough stuff. Roughest race that Super Chicken seen. All right, race number 6 coming right up. By calculations, that puts race number 7 up next, so I need to have my vintage skis ready to go. Vintage skis are ready to go. I meant X2 Open. Race 7, ProAm X2 Open needs to be getting ready to go. Race 6 is on the line. Race 7 in staging. Race 7 in staging. ProAm X2 Open. We got 4 big sausage sandwiches with peppers and onions up here at the tower. Come get a pepper sandwich going on over here. Free underneath the tent. Oh, Van Wee's running for him. He's going to fight Junior for it. Fight Van Wee for him. All right, we're going to get this ProAm Sport GP race underway. We got a clear course. These boats are highly modified, except for the 172 of Brent Hahn. That is not modified. He's on his backup sport boat, looking to gain points. We got a hold for Dixon, 2-minute hold for Corey Dixon. Getting that spark fire up. Ready to go, ready to go. Clean start, good clean start. Wayne Orden, jet ski Jesus, out to a lead. Hopefully he remembers where he's going this time. Last race he missed the buoy on the start, got a little confused. That noisy white boat out there is a Sea-Doo Spark with a turbo on it. That's why it sounds much different than the rest of them. The other ones are 2-stroke open boats. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Justin Keene. What happened, Justin? Must have had a boat issue with that Keene boat. I saw them working on it this morning. So let's see. Hole shot for Wayne Orden, Brent Hahn, P2, Evan Player, P3. Corey Dixon somewhere in the back. This is a good little battle we got going on up here. These boats are all worked out except for Brent Hahn's, but this is not a horsepower race. This is a consistency and clean race. Looks like Wayne Orden holding off the boys. The likes of Brent Hahn and Evan Polera. Polera has only made this Sylvan Beach race, so he hasn't been racing a whole lot. Brent Hahn's been racing all season long. Into our winter round down in Florida this past winter. Polera swallowing up Hahn with the motor on the back section. Must have got a flat area. Wayne Orden takes the outside option. Polera and Hahn take the inside option. Polera looking like he's going to try and force a pass here. But if there's anyone that knows how to ride a wide boat, it's the 172 of Brent Hahn. He is no stranger to making you work to get around him. Looks like Hahn tucking in. He might even make the pass on Orden right here. He does make the pass on Orden. Polera might even make the pass on Orden. Orden must have got caught up in some waves on that outside option. Where's Mr. David Anderson? If I can get David Anderson back on the mic so I can go get ready for our award ceremony, that would be lovely, sir. Oh, I'm catching word that Wayne Orden took a water sample. Doing too many things at once over here, trying to get prepared for our award ceremony. It's Brent Hahn out front. Polera, P2, Wayne Orden doing the swim in the back section. Needed one more quick little beard washing before the weekend's over. We got our X2 Open riders getting ready to go on the line. All right, Orden's got a lot of the ground to make up if he thinks he's going to get back into this race. So I'm thinking that if there's no issues, it's going to be Hahn, Polera, Orden, Dixon. Where is Mr. David Anderson?
we go. Back at ya with the action. Race number 6. ProAm Sports GP. ProAm runabout 1100. Getting things packed up here. We got to get ready for awards. We got a big awards ceremony over at Harpoon Eddie's. Yeah, and if you're not familiar with where it's at, actually, this is Sean's. I went back to him. Let me borrow it. Harpoon Eddie's is the orange building over there on the beach with the blue break wall, or turquoise break wall. So that's where awards are. King going out on the right-hand side. Corey Dixon coming down on that front straight with his turbo spark. Now that the sun's come out. Oh! Thank you. Race number 7, ProAm X2 Open. Please make your way to the starting line with your holders. We're ready to rock and roll. We got the white flag out. Wicked dropped it. One more lap around the sun, and we're going to checker flags coming out. What do you? Oh, you're done? You retire? All right. We got the Cayman Islands up there. He's going to be our flag official. ProAm X2 Open, they're going to have their hands full with these. There's some real good surf here. I heard a rumor, Pete Burke was talking earlier, we got 30-mile-an-hour sustained winds right now, just about. That's what I'm hearing. So that's some pretty stout wind action. Coming directly out of the west, of course. Why wouldn't it be? West, southwest. Once again, checkered flag is out. I've honestly just kind of jumped in here, so I'm, what is that little contraption? I'm thinking that might be a wind, 25, 20, higher, 15, 4. Yeah. So we got some 20-mile-an-hour gusts. Yeah, if we were at 30, we'd be in trouble, I think. Oh, yeah. Been there. Wayne Orton on at number 96 coming through, that finishing up that moto. We're moving on up to race number 7, ProAm X2 Open. Once again, getting things wrapped up here. We got an afternoon of having to finish up these motos. We got 7. We did, I don't know if you heard, but race number 9, Junior Sport Spec, is not happening. So, once again, a huge shout out to SBT for a great support of their series this year. We really appreciate it. Check them out, shopsbt.com, for all your watercraft needs. This is ProAm X2 Open. I'm a little bit behind the 8-ball here. The two with Chris Van Wee Senior out of Baldwinsville, New York. Obviously, the 51, John Mazonsky, West Hartford, Connecticut. He's sponsored by Showtime Freestyle, Jet Trim Blue Can Racing, Christine's Credit Card, Chris Van Wee Sr., he's out of Baldwinsville, New York, sponsored by Rad Dudes, Moto Option, Moto Pro Graphics, Pro Rider Magazine, Watercraft, Jetson, GoPro, ODI, Moto Church, Adrenaline Junkies, and Action Sports. Number 3, Carl Hush out of Warminster, Pennsylvania. He's sponsored by Blue Nightmare, West Coast, Gator Power Performance, Black Sheep Racing, and Wave Crasher. The number 7, Kayla Pleska out of Western Henrietta, New York. She's sponsored by Watcon, Moto Option, Pro Watercraft. Dave Carnigan, he's out of Seagrade, Ontario. Michael Bean, he's out of North Grossman, Nordell, Connecticut. We've got the 97, Mark Carnigan. He's out of Blackstock, Ontario. The 107, Jason Duquette. He's out of Baldwinsville, New York. Carnigan, sponsored by IPD Graphics. And he's poor and he needs money. Just throwing that out there, you know. This isn't a cheap sport. You're not making any money at it, I can tell you that much right now. The 813 of Alex Duquette. He's out of Syracuse, New York. By the way, Ryan Sheedy, what pretty impressive when you're almost getting into Davison's back shorts with an EX, you know? Holy, impressive riding. The 813 Alex Duquette out of Syracuse, New York. He's sponsored by Turner Welding and Fabrication. There we go. Jojo, or excuse me, not Jojo, what am I saying here? John, yeah. I had the first 2 letters right up front there. I didn't even see who was in second because they all got by me. I knew they'd take a little bit of time to get around me. Someone's nose piece coming off. There's no shocker there. The 997, Andrew Freeman. I don't know where he is in the mix here. I'm looking for the orange boat. He's out of Painted Post, New York. He's sponsored by Poured Concrete Walls, Corning Construction, and Wet Dream Team Racing. There is the 997 of Andrew Freeman. Race number 8, you're up on deck. ProAm Ski Stock and ProAm 4-stroke ski lights. This is where this separates the boys from the men and the girls to the ladies. When you're racing in this is, yeah. I mean, it's fun, don't get me wrong, but when you wake up in the morning, it's not so fun. Last I did, but I don't know where he went. Yeah. Once again, John Mazotsky on the 51 coming down through that front straight, making easy work of these waves and making it look simple. I can't tell, are those his white legs or is that his wetsuit? I don't know. I'm hoping it's his wetsuit. He can't be that white. It's cold out there. The 107, that is Duquette. The number 17 is Dave Carnigan. He's out of Seagrave, Ontario. Got some Canadians definitely making the truck down here. Good race, man. Carnigan coming down through. Pleska on the number 7. Can't tell who that racer is with the nose piece hanging off the front. Can't make his number out. Freeman making up some, threw something off the boat. I don't know what that was. I don't know if you had I don't know what it was. Yeah, rub rail on the 1.
So just to remind everybody, we are running junior sports spec. It's just only going to be the Canadians want to race it. The locals, the Beers and the Nickersons don't want to race it, but we are still running junior sports spec.
Oh, of course the crazy Canadians are going to run it.
Oh, yeah. The Canadians came up and said, we want to race. We're here to race. We want to keep going. They want to earn their spot on the podium, so we are going to run junior sports spec, so there is no change there. And we are getting geared up over at Harpoon Eddies. I also just got word that if you are missing a wallet, there is a black wallet that has been found. There is no ID, not a single credit card, but a crap load of cash. If you come up to us and you know the exact amount of cash, because that's the only way we can confirm whose it is, come find me. And if you know what that number is, then we'll know it's your wallet, because there is literally no identification, but a good amount of hundreds.
Wow. Wow.
We have a lot of very honest racers here, and an honest racer found it and came up to me, so we could take guesses, too. I mean, this could just be a raffle, really.
Yeah.
What's Aaron Day's guess?
I'll be honest with you. I got my wallet in my pocket, and I don't know how much cash is inside it, but there's...
Aaron guessed 431, and she is low by a lot. So you're out. It's not yours. Get out of here. Thief.
Was there 800 single $100 bills in there? 800 bucks?
Someone lost a lot of cash and has no documentation.
Well, I am sure that they will be around looking for it. It might take them a little bit, but... All right, race number 8, ProAm Ski Stock. ProAm 4-stroke ski lights, please make your way to the starting line. We are got a white flag, last lap. Next time around the sound here, we're going to get our checkered Caleb Pleska coming down through that finish line. Freeman and I don't know what number that is, but oh, thought it was the mail lady. It's an inside joke. We got the course marshals up on the right-hand side. Someone's down taking a water sample. Of course, there's no way you really could ride and go in this shop without taking a water sample. One way or another, you're going to get a water sample. You may be staying on your boat, but you'll still get a water sample. All right, checkered flag. I see Wicked has got it out. Josh Adams, that's got a number 51 coming down through that front straight. Checkered flag through that finish line. A well-deserved victory. The number 17 of Dave Carnigan. I'm not sure who's on the lead lap. Carnigan could be the second place. Jason Duquette on the 107. Everybody else is out on the backside of the course or running through the center. I don't score it, I just announce it, and I'm pretty lousy at that half the time, but the girls are keeping things all tallied up, know where, who is where. Carl Hush coming through at a number 3, making his way, finishing out the moto. I see Freeman making his way to the left-hand side of the course, on the inside option. coming down that front straight to finish out the round here. And Caleb Pleska out in front of him. In between, I can't make out that number. All I know is that that nose piece has been a dangling. It looks like he's going to be able to save it maybe. I don't know. Couple more waves, you might lose it, but no number that I can see. Yeah. Yeah. And it's Van Wee, Sr. That was Van Wee, Sr. Freeman in behind him. I think Freeman took a pretty good spill off the start from what I hear. Wasn't quite gathering my composure here, you know. What's that? Oh, yeah. They're racing in Plattsburgh a month and a half ago. It was not bad. Oh, it was bad. Bad, yeah. What'd I get? All right, here we go. ProAm Ski Stock and ProAm 4-stroke Ski Light. We got the 21C, Dave Davidson out of Burlington, Ontario. He's sponsored by JetX Dedicated Plastic Tanks, Steel Tech, BRP Museum. The 299, John Gould out of Roxbury, Pennsylvania. 730, Dylan Sharp. He's out of Tallinn, Connecticut. Rick Cirker on the 912. He's out of Oatsville, Pennsylvania. He's sponsored by Curran Brewing, Fast Power Sports, Arriva, Fly, Jet Trim, and Jet Pilot. The Pro-Am, a 4-stroke Ski Light. Will look like Kelly down on a 595, struggling to get back up on that ski. Of course, Sean Dudek right there to take some video and some good pictures. Number 3, 30. He is sponsored by TC Freeride, McClure Racing, Chase Plumbing and Mechanical, 60 Helmets, ODI, GoPro, Cardio Systems, Action Sports, and Canopies, and the 595 of Kelly Wilcox, our co-director. He is out of Franklin, New Hampshire. He's sponsored by Jet Pilot, No Limits Metalworks, Z-Force Racing, and Slaying Danger Racing Fuels. That's going to wrap up, round out that Pro-Am 4-stroke ski lights. You got Junior Sports Spec, race number 9, up on the line. Shirker on the 912 coming down through, followed behind him, Dave Davidson on the 21C. Full-blown surf. This is what we got today. When the kite surfers are out, you know it's a windy day out here. All right, we got a rider down in the course. We got a yellow flag, or potentially a yellow flag. That's Gould, I think. I'm sure we talked earlier. He's feeling the battles of this weather is brutal. Go down on a ski and then try getting back up on it. You're gassed. Once again, Kelly making his way, taking it nice and easy, being safe out there, and that's what it's all about. We love to have fun and race, but we also want to make sure we're ready to go to work on Monday, you know? Shirker on the 912 coming down through, and behind him, Dave Davidson, 21C on that SXR 1500. Well, Dave Davidson was in behind Shirker, but I'm still waiting for him to come down this front straight. I don't see Dave. Maybe that might be Dave out on the corner, maybe having some issues. Back up on the ski and navigating his way onto the left-hand side of the course. This is not, racing in this is not for the faint of heart. It's going to take everything you got, especially on a stand-up. But, you know, Dave's been national champion many times, and I think even world champion, if I'm not mistaken, back in the way back. So there, Dave back up on the ski. Wow, big air there. Let it breathe. Let it eat. Let it eat. Taking a lot of, and once again, you know, Dave running multiple motos, 58 years old, out of Burlington, Ontario. Tell me that doesn't gonna. That's he's very, very intense racer and very strict with his diet, his workout program, and making sure he's in top shape when he's going out there to race. Rick Shirker on the 912 coming down through the front straight. Once again, Mother Nature bringing out some nastiness on Hero on Oneida Lake down in Sylvan Beach. We appreciate, once again, the folks here at Sylvan Beach and Ryan Sheedy, big supporter and help getting this all together. Once again, Extreme Service Center, Ryan Sheedy's shop. Some of our big sponsors, of course, SBT.com. Shop SBT. Check them out for all your watercraft needs. You know, we got Hamburg floor coverings out of Hamburg, New York, or Blaisdell, Hamburg, New York. JetX, Cardone Race Corner, Sleigh, Hot Slag, 10mm photo, Hammerhead Tactical, 139 Design, Wetworks, No Limit Metalworks. I'm sure I've missed a bunch, Global Integrated Technologies, but we appreciate all of our sponsors that have been here to support the love of the sport and the love of jet ski racing. A lot of these racers, obviously, you know, just ride recreationally too, and I know I do. I enjoy the touring, and it's a great sport. So I see Ryder Downey and Avery Nickerson. They're going to take a break out of this moto. They got so many points in the series, they don't need to race. They already wrapped it up. Great job. Some young racers coming up in the series. Of course, now they're racing. You're racing regular sport spec now, aren't you? Novice. Yeah, awesome. Making their way up. I've been watching them race a few years now. It's really great to see them moving up and getting better and better every race they go to. And next year is going to be a whole new season and a whole new group of racers. So we're going to bring in some veterans and bringing in some new blood into the sport always. So Shirker making his way to the right-hand side of the course on that 912. All right, Kelly Wilcox on the 595 coming down through. Shirker, last lap, white flags out. Cash McClure on the number 33. And Dylan Sharp on that 730. That is Seven's boat. Making it happen. Gould on a 220 or 299, excuse me. Still keeping that boat up and moving forward. That's what it's all about right there when you're coming into this kind of racing. Once again, Junior Sports Spec up at the line. Race number 9. We've got a few that decided not to go out and battle these waves. But I see the 315 of Luke Meyer out of Blackstock, Ontario is out there.
Oh, yeah, the Canadians came to race. It was the New Yorkers that decided they were a little bit too chicken. It was all Colin's idea. Colin came up crying. Everybody was trying to console him. But it's all right. We said, it's okay, Colin. You don't have to go race if you're scared. He's a Beers. He's got thick skin. He can take it. That's all right, though. These Canadians are excited because now they're going to get their first podium.
Look like Scarlett Carnigan out there, too. Now, what's the relationship between... There's two Carnigans out there. Is there or no?
Yep, so there's Carnigan brothers. So Scarlett's one of the daughters. I'm not sure if they're related to Myers or they're just homies that travel together, but they always hang out together.
They're from the same town.
Scarlett's first season racing.
Cash McClure with a checkered flag on at number 33. Rick Shirker out front, different class, of course.
Great
rolling his boat into the back on his trailer.
Great ride for Cash McClure out of Tennessee. Not used to this weather. You can tell mom and sister are not used to this weather either by the fact of how bundled up they are. Forgot their winter clothes coming up from Tennessee.
Kelly Wilcox, I think he rolled the boat wanting to take a look, see if there's any fish on that break ball.
He did a lot of fishing out there in that moto, it looked like. Got a good lay of the underwater land out there for sure.
Dylan Sharp finishing it out. Dave Davidson getting some big air on the 29C, coming down, finishing up that round of racing. That was ProAm Ski Stock and ProAm 4-Stroke Ski Light. We've got Junior Sport Spec on the line, ready to go. Luke Meyer out of Blackstock, Ontario, and 97 of Scarlett Cardigan out of Blackstock, Ontario. The Canadians came to race in Canadian fashion. We have a lot of Canadians here, and they take their racing very seriously, and they're going to go hash it out on the course. Looks like they're going to the outside option. Race number 10, you're up next. Junior Ski 10-12 and Pro-Am Ski Light, you're up on deck. Race number 10, make your way up to the starting line with your holders. Here we go. Oh, come on, just wide open throttle. Just hold on and don't let your face hit the handlebars. Race number 10, Junior Ski 10-12 and Pro-Am Ski Light up on the line. Please make your way to the starting line. The 315, Luke Meyer down that front straight, getting the whole shot. Trying to see where the 97 of Scarlett Cardigan is here. And here she comes in that 97 boat, battling it. She doesn't have a wetsuit on, does she? Oh, my God. You know what, though? I think the water's warmer than the air. It's just that when you get wet, those legs get wet, oh, and that air blows across. That's cold. That's cold. I think our racer got a little bit confused on the course, but went and hit the makeup. I'm still looking for the 97 Cardigan, Scarlett Cardigan. I don't know. There she is, way out on the corner of the course, making her way. Not fast, but you're not going to go fast in these waves. Just being out there is a challenge. Once again, the 315 white flag is out. This is junior sports spec. The 315, how about Luke Meyer navigating his way around this course? It's not an easy one. Yeah, a few more motos left this afternoon. Getting things packed up and ready for awards. We've got over at Harpoon Eddie's, going to have quite the gathering over there for our tour final results, as well as our national regional results, I should say, final. So I was third in points and lost it today to a great racer, Tanner Batsold. He got me. He got me. He probably beat me by 20 points in the end, but that's all right. As always, next year, we're a great race family. Really awesome to battle with these young racers. Been around this sport for 30 plus years. It's a good time. Nothing better than Region 8 and East Coast Watercross racing, that's for sure. Go spin around to some other regions. We've got something special here it's tough coming to an end at the end of the year, and it's really been a great, fun year, that's for sure. Checkered flag. Out for the 315. I wasn't sure if he was going to make the right side of the buoy there or not. That's Luke Meyer on the 315 out of Blackstock, Ontario. Battling Oneida Lake. She brought it out today. That's right. Mike Rabel, number 4, tearing it up on the course this year. Had a great year, Mike Rabel, no doubt. And the 97, Scarlett Carnigan. I'm going to tell you right now, nerves of steel to run in these motos because it is wicked, wicked out there, I'm telling you. Wickeder than wicked in the top of that tower. And that's wicked. So here we go, race number 10. We're going to get this underway. We've got the number 33, Cash McClure out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee, sponsored by TC Free Ride, McClure Racing, Chase Plumbing and Mechanical, 6D Helmets, ODI, GoPro, Cardio Systems, Action Sports, and Canopies. That is Junior Ski, 1012. ProAm Ski Lights, we've got the number 6, Jack Cutts out of Tabernacle, New Jersey, sponsored by Tigercraft, EV Ski, Jet Pump Fit, and I Paint New Jersey. The 9 of Lucas Keene out of Manahawkin, New Jersey. The number 10 of Evan and Polera, he's out of Mattapan, New Jersey. The 13, James Hager out of Auburn, Mass. The 51 of Tyler Leclerc out of Newton, Connecticut. Sponsored by Showtime Freestyle, Jet Trim, and Blue Can Racing. Once again, James Hager, sponsored by Jet Wet and Wild Racing. The 113, Molly Curran, she's out of East Falmouth, Mass. Sponsored by Curran Brewing Company, Lure Performance, and Watercraft, Rick Shirker Racing, and RD Power Sports. The 595 of Sebastian Wilcox out of Franklin, New Hampshire. He's sponsored by Commander Youth Racing, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Showtime Freestyle, Hot Slag, No Limit Metalworks, Z-Force Racing, Teen Wolf Racing, Burke's soon-to-be Black X2, and Dad's Overtime. That is our race lineup on race number 10, ProAm Ski Light and Junior Ski 1012.